And the winner is...
And the winner is...
And the winner is...
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson.
This is wonderful. Thank you again to everybody. I'm really happy. Thank you, Quincy, and thank you for all the promotion people, including Freddie Man, and the wonderful fans and disc jockeys. Thank you so much.
Michael Jackson, the king of pop, whose reign in the world of music and dance spanned for decades, and continues to this day. Starting off from a very young age 5, he cultivated his skills and talent to such an utmost perfection that the only competition was none but himself. From breaking worldwide records, to being revered and invited by notable figures, and being on the same pedestal as that of powerful leaders, he climbed the stairs of profound success and superstardom. But was his struggle and stardom that easy? As he became more popular, the media became more and more aggressive towards him. His appearance, words, and actions were being intentionally and maliciously manipulated and distorted by the media to portray him as an eccentric freak. They completely dehumanized him, making him fair game to bully, torment, and disrespect. The headlines were full of malicious phrases like freak, bizarre, weird, wacko jacko, and sicko. As the years passed by, especially around the 80s, there was a notable change in Jackson's appearance. His skin color had started to grow more and more pale, and his nose had become smaller. Media took hold of this opportunity and said he bleached his skin to become white, and made it sound like a choice that Michael made for not wanting to be black. This narrative was, however, demonstrably false and fabricated, as there were many physiological and immunological factors that contributed to the change in his appearance.
This is the situation. I have a skin disorder that destroys the pigmentation of the skin. It's something that I cannot help. Okay, but when people make up stories that I don't want to be who I am, it hurts me.
On the Oprah Winfrey Show, that he at one point actually showed them. It didn't get on camera, of course. He was just showing them off camera. He rolled up his sleeve, and that the skin was mottled. There were blotches.
Vitiligo is a medical condition that Jackson claims has afflicted him for more than 20 years. This disfiguring skin disease affects nearly 2% of the world's population and strips all pigmentation from the skin. The result is not just pale, but porcelain white.
The beginnings of the vitiligo started happening relatively early. You know, he even was trying to hide it from me. He tried to hide it for quite a while. You know, we'd always try to cover with makeup and even out his skin tone and everything until it just got so extensive. I mean, it's all over his body. We were always trying to hide it and cover it for the longest time until he just had to tell Oprah and tell the world, listen, I'm not trying to be white. I have a skin disease.
The loss of pigment exposes vitiligo sufferers to great risk of skin cancer, requiring constant shade from the sun and thick makeup or sunblock to lessen the exposure.
You know, in the beginning, I tried to cover the light spots to the darkest part of his skin, but then it became so extensive that we had to go with the lighter part of the skin because his whole body was reacting. He'd have to be in complete, full body makeup every inch of his body. You know, so it was easier to make the transition to him being to the lighter shade that he is.
I think people don't realize how unbelievably psychologically handicapping something like that can be, because if you think about it, every day you wake up and your physical appearance is changing, you're depigmenting, and if you look at it from a racial perspective, you almost feel as if you're losing your racial identity, your family identity. The melanocytes are killed. It's called vitiligo. It's related to an autoimmune disorder, and what happens is you want to even out the skin tone, and a lot of people that have vitiligo, what they do is they depigment as a whole. Now what happens when you're a famous Afro-American star that does that, though, you're seen as rejecting your culture, as rejecting your race, even though it's something it's quite widely practiced for people that have this condition and quite severely have it.
Despite the fact that Jackson revealed about his struggle with vitiligo, people didn't believe it until it literally took his death to finally prove that he indeed suffered from vitiligo, which was revealed in his autopsy too. It was also proven that Jackson was prescribed to use Benecon cream by the doctor to even out the skin tone. Note that this medication only works on vitiligo patients and has no effect on normal people.
It's a problem for me, okay? I can't control it, okay? But what about all the millions of people? Let's reverse it.
Okay.
What about all the millions of people who sit out in the sun to become darker, to become other than what they are? Nobody says nothing about that. We're trying to control it, and using makeup evens it out because it makes blotches on the skin, and I have to even out my skin. But you know what's funny? Why is that so important? You know, that's not important to me. I'm a great fan of art. I love Michelangelo. If I had a chance to talk to him or read about him, I would want to know about what inspired him to become who he is, the anatomy of his craftsmanship, not about who he went out with last night or why he decided to sit out in the sun so long. What's wrong with, I mean, that's what's important to me.
We thought they were eccentricities. Could this, in fact, be a personal style that evolved to disguise a serious disease?
Michael's appearance had altered so much that it was clear that the changes weren't all to do with his skin condition.
Many patients with lupus have vitiligo.
It started on his hand. The glove came into being to camouflage.
Quite a few of my patients have fibromyalgia. He may have suffered from that. Very common to be an insomniac.
One thing you say to lupus patients, don't let the sun hit your skin.
That's right.
In early 80s, Jackson fractured his nose while rehearsing for a concert and had to undergo a rhinoplasty surgery. The surgery, however, led him to suffer from acute breathing problems and was compelled to undergo a second nose surgery. A bizarre firework accident in 1984, when Michael was performing Billie Jean with his four brothers for a Pepsi commercial, resulted in Michael suffering second and third degree burns to his head. Plastic surgery was required to restore his appearance. The medication prescribed to Michael Jackson during this time led to his long-term addiction to painkillers.
When he burnt his hair at the Pepsi commercial, he started using painkillers then. He then fell from a stage and broke his leg. He also cracked a vertebrae in his back, and those things have caused him terrible pain.
The scars from the burn never really recovered because of a pre-existing autoimmune disorder, lupus. The attempts to reduce the scars weren't successful, and Jackson was compelled to wear wigs for the rest of his life. The accident was so intense that the injury caused to his scalp by the accident remained sensitive for life. Even 23 years later, Jackson could still feel the excruciating pain from the scars. How the public perceive Michael Jackson is largely influenced by the racist narratives that underpin the media. What does Michael Jackson look like? What kind of man was he? Why did his nose become smaller? Why did his hair become straight? Why did he wear such unique clothes? Why did he wear a mask? The chances are, you were taught the answers to these questions by the media. They sensationalized a museum that showcased the changes in the shape of Jackson's nose, which was overly exaggerated anyway. Does it get any more absurd and ridiculous? And what was the obsession with Michael's paternity?
Well, one glimpse at Michael Jackson will show you that he doesn't really look like an African-American man anymore. I think the Jackson family is all about this. I think that's why they'll fight for the children, because where the children go, that's where the money goes.
Who's the real baby daddy of at least the first two kids? These kids are not biologically related to Michael Jackson.
They're not.
And I keep reporting that, and the fans keep saying, no, they are. They're his.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
They're not.
Get a clue. Get a clue.
Because, well, the children don't necessarily, and I guess the biracial children could look different, and they can be whiter or darker, or they can be sort of all one or all the other.
But blue eyes, not so much.
It's quite evident that Jackson's eldest son, Prince Michael Jackson, too has inherited the same skin disorder vitiligo that his father suffered from.
It is Michael Jackson, and he lives to be strange. He's in free fall now, and we all got to stay glued to the set till we see the splat.
You can easily sense the sheer racism and hatred in their tone. How hateful can one get to rip off the pride of a black American for being a father of his children? Exhilarating rumors about him sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber, buying the bones of the Elephant Man, questions surrounding his sexuality and virginity made headlines. While some went as far as to claim that Michael, LaToya, and Janet were the same person. Even today, Jackson's photographs are distorted, and the disfigured images of his face are used in horror video games, sold on bags and t-shirts, making him a subject of ridicule and mockery. Media's obsession and the systematic racism had a lot to do with Jackson's ethnicity. A racist and derogatory slur, Wacko Jacko, was increasingly used by the British tabloids from the 80s onwards to denote Jackson. The origin of the term Jacko is linked with the term Jacko Macaco, which was the name of a famous monkey that was used in monkey baiting matches in London in the early 1820s. Subsequently, the term Jacko, or Jacko Macaco, was a Cockney slang to refer to monkeys in general, and Jackson, being an African American, was hence started to be related with this term more often.
And this you should not do. You should not say he's an animal. Should not say he's Jacko. I'm not a Jacko. I'm Jackson. Wacko Jacko. Where'd that come from? Some English tabloid. I have a heart and I have feelings. I feel that when you do that to me. It's not nice. Don't do it. I'm not a wacko.
But you are somewhat eccentric, to say the least. The way you dress, the way you look, it invites attention. The whole appearance, as you grew up, was larger than life, more extreme. You don't think that calls the paparazzi to you?
No.
No?
No. Maybe I like to live that way. I like to dress that way. I don't want paparazzi, really. But if they come, be kind. Write the right kind thing to write. I've been living in that kind of life all my life. The tabloid press, that kind of press, not the press, the tabloid, the paparazzi, that type. I've been running for my life like that, hiding, getting away. You can't go that way because they're over there. Well, let's go this way. Pretend we're going that way and we'll go that way. Somebody say, hold on, stop. This person deserves their privacy. You are not allowed to go there.
Years of bullying and dehumanizing had gotten to a point where Jackson started to hate his own appearance. In 2001, on the sets of You Rock My World, they wanted to darken his skin and remold his nose a little. Shortly after hearing this, Michael locked himself in the bathroom and began to break everything. When Frank Cassio came in, Michael was sitting on the floor, cutting his hair. So now his hair is half long, half short. He held his head in his hands, and while sobbing he said, "Would you believe it? They think I'm ugly. They want to remold my nose. What is wrong in me? I don't tell them how they should be. They think I'm a monster. I'm a monster. I'm a monster." They destroyed his self-confidence and made him think that he's some kind of a monster. Yet, the monstrous treatment of Jackson by the media continued, and later, it got even worse.
I want to set the record straight that if people hear a lie long enough, people believe it, that people have lied on me. I'm a black American and I'm proud of it, and I'm honored of it. The bleach skin rumor, which is a rumor, I don't bleach my skin. They once said I wanted a white kid to play me as a child, which was a rumor. Inauguration rumor, saying I didn't want to do President Clinton's inauguration. I'm not gay. He says, don't judge a person unless you have spoken to them one-on-one, which is true. I made a list of things. When I get angry enough, I write down what I want to say and what I want to talk about to set the record straight. Because you get to a point where you get tired of people lying. I get tired of situations like this, where people completely lie on me, and I'm sick of it.
The paparazzi are known for their lack of physical and ethical boundaries in their eagerness to capture celebrities' most private moments. In 1997, they were largely responsible for the car accident that took the life of one of Michael Jackson's dear friends, Princess Diana.
Remember something. Just because it's in print doesn't mean it's the gospel. People write negative things because they feel that's what sells. Good news to them doesn't sell. Why would I want a white child to play me? I'm a black American. I'm proud to be a black American. I am proud of my race. I am proud of who I am. I have a lot of pride in who I am and dignity.
And do me a favor, don't read the tabloids.
Despite of what the press say about celebrities or myself in general, I move ahead. I don't pay attention to it because it's garbage, it's tabloid junk, and it's not important to me.
Media's obsession with Michael Jackson evidently got nothing to do with his artistry or him as an entertainer. They were heavily vested in their efforts in fabricating a caricature out of his life and even his existence. Jackson couldn't control, and he hit back with a message to the media through his songs. Leave me alone, and why you wanna trip on me.
So just leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Just stop dogging me around. Let us leave it in the dark. Hear the beating of his heart.
He responded to the negativity that was being propagated by the zealous media and press through the lyrics of his songs. Over the years, his songs were more unapologetic towards the tabloids, vividly evident in his songs such as Tabloid Junkie, Privacy, Threaten, Is It Scary, and many more, where Jackson points out how the media deliberately invaded his personal space for years and crafted a monstrous caricature out of his life.
Is that scared for you, baby? I'm scared for you. Just because you're in the magazine, you see it on the TV screen, don't make it factual, actual. They say he's homosexual.
There are other issues when it comes to Michael Jackson and his skin tone. One of them was often addressed by him, that white America never forgave him for breaking records and becoming more famous than their idols, mainly white artists. He surpassed Elvis Presley, the Beatles, and many more untouchables. The moment that happened, some people began to not only root for his downfall, but to actively work for it, as if the fact that a young black man was taking the world by storm was wrong and abnormal, and he needed to be put back in his place to where he belongs. Unfortunately, this didn't end with tabloids.
Tonight on Hard Copy, explosive new charges against Michael Jackson. Tonight, Hard Copy's Diane Diamond reveals the exclusive details behind the child abuse allegation.
The official documents that I've seen include a very detailed account of just what this 13-year-old boy says happened to him.
The case was, however, settled out of court, which many media outlets publicized as hush money. It was only later that it was revealed that the father of the boy had a hidden agenda against Jackson. Michael Jackson met Jordan Chandler in 1992, after the star's car had broken down, and he went to a nearby car rental agency that was owned by the boy's stepfather, David Schwartz. From then on, a friendship and a close relation developed between the star and the family. There were rumors that Jackson was thinking of settling down with the mother June Chandler and adopting her son Jordan and his sister Lily. Jackson used to shower them with several gifts. He gifted June an expensive bracelet, which wasn't merely a bracelet, but a prisoner of love bracelet, which comes with a key. It's given to a woman on a very special occasion, when a man wants to convey to her that he is locking himself up with her in a kind of a solemn ritual. In fact, June was the only one who actually accompanied Michael wherever he went, though no other woman in his surrounding ever did it, and that too, so openly, except for his future wives Lisa Marie Presley and Debbie Rowe. She was the first woman to stay with Michael in his hotel suites and accompany him to many places of the world, including the official ceremonies. He even introduced her to the royalty by taking her and her kids to a party thrown by Prince Albert of Monaco. Michael for quite some time stayed in June Chandler's house, and used to arrive there every day in time for the family dinner, and help Jordan to do his homework. If this was supposed to be his family, it was a natural thing for him to treat Jordan like his own son, and Lily like his own daughter. However, his increasing closeness with the family didn't go down well for Jordan's biological father, Evan Chandler, who was divorced from Jordan's mother for 7 years. According to June, Evan did not spend much time with his son. He was rather busy writing screenplays, and was an abusive man with a haughty temper. He was absent in their life until Jackson started spending more time with them. The moment he learned about his son's and wife's increasing closeness to Michael, he reappeared in their lives, and took it as an opportunity to fulfill several demands. He asked Jackson to build an addition to his house, to help him with his screenwriting career, and make him a partner in his movie company, all of which Jackson declined. This is when Evan suddenly started suspecting Jordan to be sexually abused by the star. Jordan, despite demands from Evan, refused to call his father on Father's Day. Because of his repeated refusal to return his phone calls, Evan Chandler left a threatening message on June Chandler's answering machine. Evan attributed Jordan's refusal to talk to him to Jackson's influence on the boy, as if Evan's mania, threats, temper tantrums, and weird sexual suggestions and questions would not be enough to alienate a child. Jordan's stepfather David Schwartz then recorded 3 telephonic conversations he had with Evan Chandler, which reveals his wrath against Jackson.
This man is going to be humiliated beyond belief. He will not believe it. He will not believe what's going to happen. Beyond his worst nightmares. Sell one more record. If I go through with this, I win big time. I will get everything I want, and they will be destroyed forever.
Rather than obvious concern for his son, it was Evan's hurt ego and jealousy, which was vividly evident throughout the duration of the recorded tape.
To tell you the truth, Dave, it would be a lot easier for me and a lot more satisfying to see everybody get destroyed, like they've destroyed me, but it would be a lot easier. All I can think about is I only have one goal, and the goal is to get their attention.
Evan then goes on to complain that Jackson stopped calling him.
There was no reason why he had to stop calling me. He could have called me.
So why do you think he's not nice?
Why? Because he broke up the family, that's why.
Evan further divulged to David Schwartz about his plan for an extortion attempt.
There are other people involved that are waiting for my phone call. I paid them to do it. They're doing their job. Everything is going according to a certain plan. That isn't just mine. There's other people involved.
This attorney I found, I interviewed several, and I picked the nastiest son of a bitch I could find.
All he wants to do is get this out in the public as fast as he can, as big as he can, and humiliate as many people as he can. He's nasty. He's very smart, and he's hungry for the publicity.
Once I make that phone call, this guy is just going to destroy everybody in sight. Any devious, nasty, cruel way that he can do it. And I've given him full authority to do that. It'll be a massacre if I don't get what I want.
This attorney was Barry Rothman, who Evan hired as a catalyst for his plan. This is the same lawyer who in 1992 represented a client in a custody battle who accused her estranged companion of molesting their child, which the man denied. When Rothman was fired by the woman, he went on to represent the man's company without notifying his former client. For this, Rothman was disciplined by the state's bar. Evan threatened to set the plan in motion if Jackson, June, and Jordan don't appear at the meeting on July 9th.
I'm going to torture them, Dave, because that's what June has done to me. She has tortured me.
David Schwartz and June Chandler handed over these tapes to Anthony Pellicano, a private investigator working for Jackson's lawyer. Pellicano, without Jackson being present, asked the boy very specific questions about whether he has ever been molested or inappropriately touched by the entertainer. The boy repeatedly denied any wrongdoing and said his father only wanted money. Later, Evan gains the custody of Jordan only for a week, but refuses to return him to June. That's when Jordan was coached to make allegations against Jackson. Jordan now claims he was molested by Michael Jackson. But what does Evan do? Instead of reporting to authorities, he reaches out to Jackson, demanding $20 million not to turn to authorities and not to go public with the allegations. Jackson, however, declined this demand. It is clear that Jackson had plenty of opportunities to pay off the Chandlers and to stop them from going to authorities, had he really wanted to. However, he refused to do so. Why would an individual who's guilty of a crime not pay off his victims right away in order to silence them and preventing the allegations from being reported? After June's intervention, the court ordered Evan Chandler to return the boy to his mother. As an answer to the court order, and frustrated by Jackson's refusal to pay him off, Evan was left with no choice but to go public with his allegations. Jackson was seen with teary eyes as he broke down during his rehearsals for the upcoming concerts when he was made aware of these allegations.
Yeah, I'm just gonna watch.
There have been many disgusting statements made recently concerning allegations of improper conduct on my part. These statements about me are totally false. As I have maintained from the very beginning, I am hoping for a speedy end to this horrifying experience to which I have been subjected. I have been forced to submit to a dehumanizing and humiliating examination by the Santa Barbara County Sheriff Department and the Los Angeles Police Department earlier this week. They served a search warrant on me which allowed them to view and photograph my body, including my penis, my buttocks, my lower torso, thighs, and any other area that they wanted.
According to Jackson's makeup artist Karen Fay, Michael humbly invited the examiners, sat down, and shared a meal with them. And when they left, he burst out into tears.
It was the most humiliating ordeal of my life. One that no person should ever have to suffer.
According to Geraldo Rivera, the video of Jackson's strip search was shared around the police precinct, like a movie, and they were showing it to outsiders too, including Geraldo himself.
And even after experiencing the indignity of this search, the parties involved were still not satisfied and wanted to take even more pictures. It was a nightmare, a horrifying nightmare. But if this is what I have to endure to prove my innocence, my complete innocence, so be it.
5 search warrants were issued to carry out searches on Jackson's properties. Vigorous searching led to no incriminating evidence. The authorities interviewed around 40 to 60 children and their parents, who had ever spent time with Jackson or at his Neverland ranch. All were defensive of Jackson, and no one corroborated Jordan's story. Later, Evan's lawyer, Barry Rothman, stepped back from representing the Chandlers after Jackson filed for extortion charges against him and Evan Chandler. The Chandlers hired another attorney, Gloria Allred, but a couple of days later they fired her and replaced her with a civil attorney, Larry Feldman, since she wanted to pursue criminal charges first. According to Ray Chandler, Evan Chandler's brother, this was because the Chandlers wanted to steer the case toward a highly profitable settlement, rather than a grand jury indictment and a criminal trial. Evan and David Schwartz later had an argument about the settlement money that they had not even received yet. Schwartz demanded $4 million, while the Chandlers did not want to include him in Jordan's complaint. In the heat of this verbal battle, Evan sprang from his seat and slapped Dave in the face. Several of the lawyers stepped between the two and separated them. The Chandlers then filed a $30 million civil lawsuit against Jackson, accusing him of sexual battery, seduction, willful misconduct, intentional infliction of emotional distress, fraud, and negligence. The civil suit was settled out of court, which was publicized by the media and tabloids as hush money. The settlement was made months after the allegations had gone public. By no literal sense could it be referred as hush money. Why would an innocent man settle? The media has certainly taught you all their version of answer, but not the complicated circumstances that led to the civil settlement. Keep in mind, Evan Chandler filed a civil lawsuit rather than filing a police complaint. Normally, civil complaints are only filed after the criminal proceedings are completed and justice has been served. One would naturally expect the parents of a molested child to pursue justice, and not money when they have the chance to do so. However, that was not the case with Chandlers. To achieve the settlement goal, the Chandlers played the California legal system masterfully. They took full advantage of the California law that allowed civil case to proceed ahead of criminal case. There are many precedents where civil proceedings have been frozen to allow the criminal trial ahead, preserving a defendant's right to a fair criminal trial and preventing that right from being violated. However, in Jackson's case, all such attempts by Jackson's lawyers to stay the civil proceeding were dismissed by the judge. The assistant of Barry Rothman, who represented the Chandlers, revealed in details on what went behind the closed doors between Rothman and the Chandlers.
And he was behind closed doors with my attorney, the Jordy Chandler was. I actually opened up the door one day. I was leaving, and I opened up the door, and Jordy was in the back, and he kind of looked a little startled because I looked and I saw him, and I was like, nobody in the office knew that he was even there. June never did agree with the allegation, but after the allegation hit, they were meeting in my attorney, David Schwartz, June Chandler, Evan Chandler, and my attorney. They were all meeting behind closed doors in my attorney's office. And I heard Evan blurt out, he says, my ass is in danger of going to prison right here. Inside the law office, the only thing they were asking for was money. Where's this money? How much? They were sending Discovery in, and the Discovery was only trying to find his money.
They will be destroyed forever. They will be destroyed. June is going to lose Jordy. She will have no right to ever see him again. Yeah. That's a fact, Dave. That's what's going to happen. Michael's career will be over. Does that help Jordy? Michael's career will be over. And does that help Jordy? That's irrelevant to me.
Does this sound like a father who's concerned about his son? Or more of an extortionist who wants to avenge for his hurt ego? Chandler and his attorney Larry Feldman did everything in their power to script off any possibility of having the criminal case go ahead of the civil trial, while the Jackson side strived hard to push the criminal proceedings ahead of the civil process, for Jackson to clear his name in a possible criminal trial in order to prove his innocence. However, his repeated pleas and motions to carry on with the criminal proceedings got rejected by the judge 4 times, and eventually the civil trial was allowed to go ahead of the criminal trial. Michael Jackson and his attorneys were forced to settle the civil case out of court because of Jackson's amendment rights being violated. Ask yourselves, why would a guilty man take up such a dreadful risk that could end him up in jail, than to pay off his victims, even though he had an excellent opportunity to do so long ago? And why would a father seek a monetary restitution from his son's abuser, instead of making sure that the molester is behind bars? Keep in mind, only the criminal trial can send the alleged perpetrator to jail. A civil trial can only result in monetary award. While the accused Michael Jackson did everything he could to pursue criminal case, the accuser Evan Chandler did everything to pursue civil case. While most media outlets raised the question as to why an innocent man would settle out of court, nobody battled an eyelid on the fact that, why would the parent of a victim would go for a civil approach, and not send the perpetrator to jail for traumatizing his child?
Think about it yourself. And Michael molested your son. Would you ask for money? Would you? No, you wouldn't ask. If Michael molested your child, you wouldn't ask for money. What you would do, the first thing a man would do is beat the heck out of him and then call the cops.
And do you think a father would accept money, that would make it okay, that would make everything all right? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I know that if that were my son, I'm sorry. I don't care if you gave me $1 billion. I want to see you either behind bars or dead for the rest of your life for doing that to my son or my daughter. It's crazy. The guy was after money is what he wanted.
The case was settled out of court with proper legal documents. So how can that be termed as hush money if the settlement was known to everyone? Jackson did everything he could to get justice. How can it be silence of victims when it was done under jurisdiction? In fact, it was the Chandlers who wanted to be silenced by Jackson. It is important to emphasize that it was the Chandler family who demanded a settlement from the very beginning, and it was not Michael Jackson who sought or offered it. Also keep in mind that the civil case was settled for negligence and not for child molestation.
The resolution of this case is in no way an admission of guilt by Michael Jackson.
The settlement didn't prevent the Chandlers from testifying against Jackson in a criminal court. But once they received the settlement, they refused to cooperate with the authorities because they were never interested in the criminal proceedings in the first place. Their only focus was money from the very beginning. The criminal case still went to court, in which 2 grand juries convened by the local DA Tom Sneddon didn't find any evidence to even indict him. Moreover, Jordan in 1994 at the age of 14 sought legal emancipation from his parents and didn't speak to them for over a decade. And when the prosecution sought to get Jordan subpoenaed to testify, he threatened the investigators that he would legally fight any attempt to do so. And years later, in 2005, Jordan obtained a temporary restraining order against his own father when Evan Chandler struck his own son on the head from behind with a 12.5-pound weight, and then sprayed his eyes with mace or pepper spray and tried to choke him. A judge found that the weight could have caused serious bodily injury or even death. Later, Evan Chandler sued his own son in order to get hold of the settlement money that was put in a trust in Jordan's name. This wasn't it. There was a never-ending chain of civil disputes between them, as they ended up suing each other in numerous cases. Evan Chandler again sued Jackson in order to cover the sum of $68,000, which he owed to his ex-wife June under child support. Evan then filed a complaint against David Schwartz and June Chandler for invasion of his privacy. Schwartz countersued Chandler in a cross-complaint. Lisa Marie Presley too was dragged by Chandler amidst the disputes. Evan didn't even spare his own son and sued him to get hold of the settlement money. It's quite evident that the family of the Chandlers was a dysfunctional one, with all the adults just hankering after money. In 2019, a key witness for the first time appeared in Danny Wu's documentary Square One, revealing her personal experience with Jordan.
And a young man came up to me and told me that he liked my shirt, and that young man turned out to be Jordan Chandler. He made his own music. He would describe it as pop R&B like Michael Jackson. I remember that because he said it many times very clearly. He would wear fedoras. When I think about the people in the program that I saw him with, the people that he did surround himself with were people who were Michael Jackson fans. You know, I was told that at a party, Jordan, played all of Michael's music, danced like him, did all of his moves, and that his apartment was almost sort of a shrine to Michael, that there was a lot of different fan memorabilia. Immediately after the Martin Bashir documentary aired, we had a program meeting, and there was a discussion about, whether or not Michael Jackson was a child molester. People were calling him freaks. During that conversation, Jordan Chandler chimed in and said that he too believed that Michael Jackson wasn't capable of the things he was being accused of. And he said that voluntarily, and he said it without my prompting, and he wasn't asked. And, throughout the semester, there were different occasions like that where he would, again, sort of reaffirm things that I said in defense of Michael Jackson. It was shocking that he would speak up, and it really affirmed my belief that Michael was innocent. And, given things that Jordan had said separately, having nothing to do with Michael Jackson, about his home life, it affirmed my belief that he was a victim of his parents' greed and that he was forced to say certain things.
The father of a boy who back in the early 1990s, in a highly publicized case you probably remember, accused Michael Jackson of molesting him. Well, that father committed suicide in Jersey City.
Evan's end was a tragic one. He was found dead in his apartment, as he had shot himself, committing suicide 4 months after Jackson's death. Evan Chandler was known by many in the Beverly Hills area to be an opportunistic and exploitative man. Unfortunately, Michael Jackson found out too late, after Evan had already set his extortion scheme in motion. After all the injustices, Michael Jackson didn't hold back his emotions and rage against the injustices and the torment that he was put through. The rage and frustration manifested in Jackson compelled him to fight back with the release of his most autobiographical album, History. Jackson had a gag order slapped on him that prevented him from talking about the allegations in public, as the settlement precluded him from discussing the case in the public sphere. So he decided to reach out to the public through his album. He rebelled, raised his voice, and stood against everyone, all by himself. There was no media aid, nor any personality from the background of elites in support of him. If you start paying attention to his songs, rather than just listening to them, you'll reckon the fact that all of his songs had a crucial message. He warned us before everyone else about environmental issues, isolation, greed, suicide, injustice, and Michael's conflicts with the media. The most anti-police, anti-military, anti-banker, anti-corporate, anti-lawyer, anti-insurance move. He didn't care of having a bad blood with the powers against him, but was dauntless to expose each one of them. Michael's most controversial song. It talks about racial inequality, police brutality against blacks, and the civil rights champion Martin Luther King. During 1993 allegations, he exhibited his raw anger and outrage against the system. It wasn't just about ridiculous and unfair media speculation anymore. It was now about the first-hand experience of a dehumanizing and unfortunate events that shattered his pride and sanity. Considered as the most revolting anthems, They Don't Care About Us is a powerful song that vividly defines the evils of discrimination and racism, which is relevant even today. He surged his heart out into this song, throwing light on how his fellow that Jackson had felt when the investigators ravaged on a humiliating strip search, in light of the 1993 allegations. There were two different versions of the music video. The Brazil version was filmed where slaves were once whipped and tortured by their masters. It was not only to bring our attention to a part of the world that was plagued by poverty and disregarded by their own government, but also a country that had drastically changed over hundreds of years due to colonization and marginalization. Jackson featured and popularized the Afro-Brazilian drumming group, Alodum, a band that takes part in social movements against racism. Police brutality, and the unfortunate plight of mankind and the black community, as well as the footage of Rodney King being assaulted by the police. Chances are that most of you haven't seen this version, as this version was banned by critiques and the media for its powerful message, and was interpreted to be racist and provocative, totally opposite of what the song was meant to impart. We see him in handcuffs, with his hands positioned like a gun on his head, as if he's about to be shot, while we see a prisoner of war in handcuffs, who is about to be shot. Through these images, he makes a direct and visceral connection between himself and this anonymous prisoner. He also shows police officers in front of the KKK torch ceremonies, indicating their mentality being similar to the white supremacist group KKK in Africa, political oppression in China, and urban poverty in Brazil. In other words, biased criminal justice system here in the U.S. He is also drawing a link with political. At the time, this was a dangerous song, and the objections were merely an attempt to deflect from its strong message. But eventually, this track became an anthem for the Black Lives Matter movement in 2014, due to the frustration over the Michael Brown and Eric Garner grand jury decisions that acquitted the police officers who brutally murdered those two innocent black men in broad daylight. On Twitter, "They Don't Care About Us" became a trending hashtag. In several parts of America, they blasted this song through car windows, and was sung and performed by protesters. As this video is being recorded, another innocent black man, George Floyd, has been lynched to death by the Minneapolis police, for literally no fault of his. An incident that sparked worldwide protests and outrage over the system. It's 2020, and it's exactly what Michael Jackson had warned us about, that they don't care about us. He alarmed us about the white America that goes silent when white MAGA protesters march towards the state capitol with guns and rifles, but unleashes tear gas on Black Lives Matter protesters, peacefully protesting the murder of George Floyd. In a country where the president displays his hypocrisy and preference over two incidents, shows everything that's wrong in America, referring to white armed protesters as good people, and peaceful Black Lives Matter protesters as thugs. This is exactly that's wrong in America, and it's exactly what Michael raised his voice against. The air, as a sign of black empowerment. Jackson expresses his wrath over the prejudiced system of his country. A duet with his younger sister Janet Jackson, this sci-fi extravaganza was listed in the Guinness Book of World Records, cited as the most expensive video of all time, created at a cost of $7 million. Well, Jackson didn't lie about that. He despised the system that looked down on its subjects with disdain, especially the ones of color, and denied them a dignified treatment. It is cited primarily as an aggressive, retaliatory song, directed at the tabloids and the overzealous media machine, throwing light on the prevailing systematic racism in the country towards the people of color. He didn't stop here. His art became more and more unapologetic with time. His 39 minutes long short film Ghosts, composed of 3 songs, Is It Scary, Too Bad, and Ghosts, featuring a maestro, a mayor, a ghost, a demon, and a skeleton, all played by Jackson himself, tells us the story of an eccentric man with supernatural powers who's being forced out of a small town by its mayor. The mayor of Normal Valley leads a mob to the mansion of the maestro, who has been entertaining local children with magic tricks and ghost stories. The children assure the parents that the maestro has done nothing wrong, but the mayor intends to banish him as a freak. The maestro then challenges the mayor to a scaring contest.
The first person who gets scared has to leave.
He performs magic tricks and dance routines with a ghostly horde, and finally possesses the mayor, thus forcing him to dance. After the performance ends, the maestro agrees to leave, and crumbles to dust, but returns as an enormous demon. Terrified, the mayor leaps through the window. The families agree that they had fun, and allow the maestro to stay. It wouldn't be surprising to know that the mayor, played by Jackson himself, resembles the racist white officer, H.C. Strider, who enabled the corrupt investigation of Emmett Till's murder in 1955. This short film resembles the story of Michael's own life, and draws a parallel with his situation, where the children and their parents suggest no wrongdoing, but only playful times with Jackson. But the racist white DA Tom Sneddon and media are adamant to portray him as a freak. This is him holding a mirror up to the society, who labeled and condemned him a freak, wacko, monster, and asking them as to who the real monsters are.
Who's scary now? Who's the freak now?
He called out systematic racism, the authoritarian corruption within police and district attorneys' offices, the Jim Crow-era segregation tactics, trying to force him out of ultra-white and wealthy Los Alamos, and false allegations that were used to distract from the real criminals.
Scared yet?
Perhaps the most direct dig of aggression and anguish on history. A clear and thinly veiled diss track towards the then Santa Barbara County District Attorney, Tom Sneddon. To avoid potential legal action, the song was renamed DS, with Dom Sheldon being printed as the official lyrics. To the listener's ear, however, Jackson seems to clearly sing, Tom Sneddon is a cold man. He went to a savage mode dissing the racist and vindictive DA, Tom Sneddon. In the excerpt, Jackson accuses DS of being politically motivated, having a poor social life, and a bad childhood upbringing. This is the same racist Tom Sneddon who convened 2 grand juries after the Chandlers made allegations against Jackson. He traveled to at least 3 continents to interview people who he thought might have been molested by Jackson. Traveling around the world, trying to make the case against Jackson work, but had however failed. He sent his investigators abroad to investigate Michael's ex-employees, but to no avail, except for piled-up testimonies and words in Jackson's defense.
They wanna get my ass dead or alive. You know he really tried to take me down. I bet he listened with the CIA. He don't do everything.
Jackson suggests Sheldon has links to the CIA and the KKK, and he just wants your vote to remain the DA. Jackson comes for Sneddon as a man, all but outright calling the attorney a corrupt, white supremacist, with no substance or true character. Michael, being the flag bearer of peace and harmony, but his Gary, Indiana, never failed to come out for the ones who attempted to bring him down. If you come for the king, you better be ready for him to take you down. The track ends with the sound of a gunshot.
Money.
Jackson relates this track, Money, to his own personal ordeals, as many opportunists and vultures gravitated towards him for money. Jackson describes a society where people are possessed with a demonic obsession with and pursuit for money, and that they're even willing to hurt and betray others for personal benefits, calling it the devil's game of greed and lust.
Are you infected with the same disease of lust, gluttony, and greed? Then watch the ones with the biggest smiles, the idle jabbers, 'cause they're the backstabbers.
Michael's life has been a stealing opportunity for many to use him as a source for the fulfillment of their desires. He was a walking cash machine to many.
If you know it's a lie, then you will swear it. If you give it with your then you will bear it. If it's taking a chance, then you will dare it. You will do anything for money.
He goes as far as to reference historical business tycoons like Donald Trump and others who are known for building their empirical fortunes through clandestine means. The song matters because it takes a dig at Jackson's own personal experience and then goes on to relate it to the plight of the world. It's his way of making people realize that the reason he was targeted in the first place was nothing but the greed and the devilish pursuit for money.
Have you seen my childhood?
Childhood is one of the most vulnerable and honest tracks Jackson ever created, and also called it the most autobiographical song he has ever written. Jackson turns to his audience and pleads them for understanding his childhood through the lens of compassion and not that of a judgmental one.
Before you judge me, try hard to love me.
The song is literally Jackson's upbringing and life, and throughout, he laments the negative side of his public perception created by the ruthless media. Anyone who knows Jackson, he attributes his childlike demeanor to the sacrifice of his childhood for being a star and a prodigy at such a tender age. As he sings, it is clear that Jackson has since and forever longed for the childhood he never had.
Stranger in Moscow was written when I was in Moscow on the Dangerous tour. And it was just a strange, eerie, lonely time for me. Outside my hotel was just a sea of faces of fans chanting and screaming. But I was inside my room and I felt so all alone, like I was like the last person on the planet. And in the song I say, how does it feel when you're alone and you're cold inside? I say it's like a stranger in Moscow, and that's pretty much how I felt. And the people were lovely. They were some of the nicest people I've ever met, and the concert was very successful. But that day, especially that day, I just felt this different feeling, and the song "Stranger in Moscow" came to me. So that's how that was written.
Stranger in Moscow, like several other history tracks, was Jackson's response to recent events in his personal life. It portrays the emotions of disillusionment, alienation, isolation, betrayal, anguish, and loneliness in the most impeccable way. The song puts forth a key question: how does it feel when you're alone and you're cold inside? Lyrics like Swift and Sudden Fall from Grace and Armageddon of the Brain are not just poetic, but also reflect the happenings that were manifesting in Jackson's life up to that point and beyond. Jackson's biographer, J. Randy Terribrilli, stated that the video is based on Jackson's real life. He used to walk alone at night looking for new friends, even at the peak of his musical popularity. The 1980s saw him become deeply unhappy. Jackson explained, "Even at home, I'm lonely. I sit in my room sometimes and cry. It's so hard to make friends. I sometimes walk around the neighborhood at night, just hoping to find someone to talk to. But I just end up coming home." There is another crucial part of Jackson's legacy that deserves attention. His pioneering role as an African-American artist, working in an industry which was, and still is plagued by segregation, stereotypical representations, or little to no representation at all. As his skin became whiter, the foundation of his work became blacker. America has a long history of racism. Michael saw it, and tried to incorporate this social ill in his short films, and the lyrics of his songs. Michael was woke. He was aware of the injustices against black people. One thing about Jackson that everyone should know is that he kept himself aware and updated on the happenings of his country and the world. He was highly educated and learned, having an entire library filled with books on black history and culture.
And he had a list of books lined up all along the floor. And I looked over and I said, "Yo, Mike, people just sending you stuff like that?" He says, "No, that's what I read." I mean, he had everything from the autobiography of Malcolm X, Eat to Live. He had Sri Aurobindo, Krishnamurti. I mean, like these exotic books, that you would never imagine Michael was down with. Right. And we sat there 3 hours, man, chopping it up about all of this, from metaphysics to psychology to how the black man is treated. And I was like looking at him like, how the black man is treated? I'm telling you, it was a trick. Eat to Live by Elijah Muhammad? Yes, sir. Wow. Yes, sir. Mike, people don't know about Mike on the real. Mike had a consciousness that could blow your mind, and he could recite things that would blow your mind as well. Mm-hmm. From like the street corner stuff. Really? Straight up. But he also knew that his power was in entertainment. I guess that's what he knew, man. And he was definitely trying to heal the world in his own way. Michael Jackson, man. Healed me.
He wasn't merely an entertainer, he was an activist. Way before Tiger Woods or Barack Obama, there was Michael Jackson, who represented his black community on a global scale. His music videos are the prime reason MTV is a popular name. Billie Jean was the first video by a black artist to be played on the channel on heavy rotation. When MTV was on the verge of being shut down, it was Michael's 3 music videos that MTV had their first quarterly profit. Ironically, MTV was rescued by an artist of a color that was banned from their channel. And not just that, they even renamed the Video Vanguard Award after him as the Michael Jackson Video Vanguard Award for his revolutionary contributions to the world of music. The popularity of Michael Jackson's videos helped bring MTV to fame. Jackson's success at that time rescued the music industry out of its late 1970s recession and revolutionized it by initiating a marketing focus on blockbuster albums and video presentation. Gradually, his songs became so politically charged, which made the white America uncomfortable, so much so that they started banning his music videos in an attempt to suppress the truth, labeling them as intolerant and violent. One such video was Black or White. This track addressed racism, and that the color of one's skin doesn't dictate the treatment that one deserves. As perfectly elucidated in the phrase, "It don't matter if you're black or white." Jackson brought together different exotic cultures from around the world and incorporated them in the music video. It is a perfect example of how various cultures can be glorified without the tag of cultural appropriation. he dauntlessly called out KKK, an American white supremacist group, who dressed in robes and sheets designed to frighten superstitious blacks, declaring defiantly, "I ain't scared of no sheets." Jackson walks through visual collages of fire that represented the KKK torch ceremonies of the Burning Cross. This song urged the world to fight against discriminations based on race and color by boldly portraying people from all countries as equal, be it India, the US, Kenya, Ethiopia, China, or France, in its video, with a common notion of humankind. The solo segment at the end of Black or White short film, Jackson walks out of the studio as a Black Panther and then morphs into himself. Then he walks outside on the street to perform some of his most physically complicated and intricate dance techniques. He is seen going aggressive, breaking the glasses having racist white supremacy signs, such as Hitler's Nazi sign swastika. "Nig, go home," "No more wetbacks," and "KKK rules." The video got banned because it was labeled as too sexually explicit. Media claimed that Michael's Black Panther segment was too sexually charged and was influencing children to be violent, forcing music stations to ban the full 11 minutes video. When the entire Hollywood is possessed with war movies, violence, and vulgarity, nobody bats an eye. But a 4 minutes video, with a significant social message, was translated to be too much for children. It was quite evident that the media deliberately wanted to ignore his message and get it erased of their ways, because he was once again making a Black political statement. The dance moves are deliberately laced with anger and even violence, as he destroys the racism and prejudice emblazoned on graffiti-marred public property, and through his dance, takes ownership of the public space of the street. He dared to be assertive and make his stance clear in the Panther dance. In other words, when he dared to challenge the status quo, that universal and post-racial Michael became Black Michael once again in their eyes. And that wouldn't be easily forgiven. In 1993, he performed at the Super Bowl halftime show, which forever changed the prospect of the halftime shows. Jackson's halftime performance increased the TV ratings by a significant amount, and has been claimed to be one of the most watched events in American television history. His performance was a symbolic one, as he highlighted unity among races by showing the logo of Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which is an organization of civil rights movement, with the children raising black and white placards, pleading for racial tolerance and understanding. Jackson's main aim was to use the platform for imparting the message of equality, humanity, and child rights. In 1995, the historic Million Man March was organized in the United States of America, Washington, where African Americans gathered to demonstrate their unity and power. Jackson donated $100,000 to the event, which was revealed only after his untimely death. Remember the Time short film was conceived by Michael Jackson himself, after his friends at Hollywood refused to make a movie, which celebrates the greatness of the Black community. He then decided to make it himself. This short film had an entire Black cast, featuring some of the most prominent Black luminaries, Magic Johnson, Eddie Murphy, and Iman. The video is set in ancient Egypt. In contrast to Hollywood's stereotypical representations of African Americans as servants and slaves, Jackson presents them here as royalty. The music video was a celebration of Black history, art, and beauty. Michael Jackson also didn't shy away from glorifying the beauty and allure of black women, which can easily be drawn from his songs like Liberian Girl, In the Closet, and You Rock My World. When no one was talking about black women, Michael not only glorified them, but also casted them as his love interest in his short films. While many claim that he became oblivious of his roots, he came back stronger every time, proving that he wasn't. He wasn't just the king of pop, but also a real-life king, literally, when he was crowned the King of Ivory Coast in Africa. He never betrayed his roots. His skin color may have changed, but his intentions didn't. He was proud to be black, and he never failed to prove it, or say it to the world. Michael loved all races and all nationalities. His empathetic nature, and his frequent deliberations with other cultures, and personalities of varying cultures, expanded his horizons, and his love for humankind as a whole. That was his message, and anything other than that is a lie. With almost every song of his being a political statement, and his involvement in exposing racism and injustices in the country, it is understandable as to why he was eventually seen as a threat to the industry. When in today's times, artists refrain from expressing their political stance, which may jeopardize their reputations and careers, any political statement is going to have a backlash, and a price will be paid. It was Michael Jackson, who was never afraid to put himself out there for the truth as he saw it. We could always count on Jackson to represent our voices. His adult catalog is a trove of social activism, starvation, AIDS, war, gang violence, racial relations, communal tensions, and the tortured environment. It was Jackson who put on concerts for war-torn Sarajevo. It was Jackson who put together a group charity song and concert after 9/11. It was Jackson who used every ounce of his global celebrity and fortune to make a difference. He was there. When nobody was there, he was there. But who knew he'd make himself a target, and that plenty of efforts would be made to drag him down. His Invincible album later on became a target when Sony refused to promote the album and boycotted it, giving rise to the Sony conflict. It all started when Michael Jackson bought the ATV catalog in 1985, comprising 4,000 songs of several artists like Bruce Springsteen, Cher, Hank Williams, Little Richard, the Rolling Stones, the Beatles, and even his father-in-law, Elvis Presley. It is one of the most prized catalogs in the history of modern music, the one whose value Jackson instinctively knew would only increase throughout the years, and the validation of his acute business savvy. He later gave Little Richard all of his publishing rights back to him, as he felt that Little Richard deserved to be compensated for his hard work, after having been disrespected by his record label for so many years. But not everyone was happy with Michael's purchase. Paul McCartney became upset upon hearing the news of Michael buying the Beatles catalog.
He was talking to me and asking my business advice, and one of the things I said to him was, think about getting into music publishing. And then he looked at me kind of, I thought he was joking, he said, I'm going to get yours. Oh. So I kept thinking it was time for a raise. But I did talk to him about it, but he kind of blanked me on it. He kept saying, that's just business, Paul, you know. So I went, yeah, it is, and waited for a reply. But we never kind of got to it, and I thought, so we kind of drifted apart. It was no big bust-up. Yeah. We kind of drifted apart after that.
As their relationship turned sour, Paul would then come up with his own version of events whenever he's asked about his relationship with Jackson. Many say that the quarrel with Paul was a turning point for the way Jackson would be referred to by the media. Jackson's biographer pinpoints exactly 1985 as the year he went from Jackson and Star to Wacko Jacko, bizarre, and eccentric. But on a positive note, Michael Jackson's purchase of the ATV music catalog paved way to one of the most legendary music covers in history, his 1988 version of the Beatles song, Come Together. The catalog was then merged with Sony, meaning Jackson essentially owned half of the music company, making it the largest music publishing catalog in the world, with 4.53 million songs owned and administered as of March 31, 2019, which gave Sony half the ownership of ATV catalog, as well as Jackson, who possessed 50% ownership of Sony. So anytime a song is performed, played on TV or radio, or used in a commercial, Michael Jackson would collect royalties and get paid. The catalog also includes the creations of today's contemporary artists such as Lady Gaga, Pink, Sam Smith, Eminem, Shakira, Justin Bieber, One Direction, Taylor Swift, Adele, and many more. The catalog was so precious and valuable that Sony sought a way out to grab the entire catalog through unfair means, by deliberately boycotting Jackson's Invincible album. Jackson protested, fought tooth and nail against the company and its directors. He wanted the world to know about what went on behind the curtains in the music industry. It was not just about his own album being ignored, but he even went on to enlighten the public on the injustices inflicted on black artists.
Throughout the years, black artists have been taken advantage of. It's time now that we have to put a stop to this incredible injustice. People from James Brown to Sammy Davis Jr., some of the real pioneers that inspired me to be the entertainer that I am. These artists are always on tour because if they stopped touring, they would totally go broken. And it's been, the record companies really do conspire against their artists. They steal, they cheat, they do whatever they can, especially the black artists. I'm really tired of the manipulation. I'm tired of how the press is manipulating everything that's been happening in this situation. They do not tell the truth. They're liars. They manipulate our history books. The history books are not true. It's a lie. That's right, Michael. The history books are lying. You need to know that. You must know that. All the forms of popular music, from jazz to hip-hop to bebop to soul, you know, to you talk about the different dances, from the cakewalk to the jitterbug to the Charleston to breakdancing. All these are forms of black dancing. But if you go to the bookstore down the corner, you won't see one black person on the cover. You'll see Elvis Presley. You see the Rolling Stones, but where are the real pioneers who started it? Otis Blackwell was a prolific, phenomenal writer. He wrote some of the greatest Elvis Presley songs ever. And this was a black man. He died famous.
Shortly after the deal was made, a plan was put in place to force Jackson out by poorly promoting his music. By 2000, he began questioning lack of support for his releases. Also, his masters had not been reverted back to him. He then went on to claim that he was a free agent and decided to go on a smear campaign against Sony to force his release from the label, and hence started a revolution and protested outside of Sony Music's New York headquarters on an open bus, wearing a bulletproof jacket, while being aware of the dreadful consequences that he might get killed for raising his voice. But that did not stop him.
Sony, being the artist that I am at Sony, I've generated several $1 billion for Sony, several billion, and they really thought that my mind is always on music and dancing, and it usually is, but they never thought that this performer, myself, would outthink them. Yeah. We can't let them get away with what they're trying to do, because now I'm a free agent. I just owe Sony one more album. It's just a box set, really, with 2 new songs, which I've written ages ago. Because every album that I record, I write, like, literally, I'm telling you the truth, I write at least 120 songs every album I do. So I can do the box set and just give them any 2 songs. So I'm leaving Sony a free agent, owning half of Sony. So I own half of Sony's publishing, and I'm leaving them, and they're very angry at me because of it. But I just did good business, you know. So the way they get revenge is to try and destroy my album. The tradition of great performers, from Sammy Davis Jr. to James Brown to Jackie Wilson to Fred Astaire, Gene Kelly. The story is usually the same, though. You know, these guys work really hard at their craft, but the story ends the same. They usually are broken, torn, and usually just sad, and the story is very sad in the end, because the companies take advantage of them. And Tommy Mottola is a devil. I'm not supposed to say what I'm going to say right now, but I have to let you in on a secret.
Say it.
Please don't videotape what I'm going to say, okay? Turn that off, please. No, what? I don't mind. Tape it. Mariah Carey, after divorcing Tommy, came to me crying. She said to me that this is an evil man. And Michael, this man follows me, she said. He taps her phones. And he's very, very evil, and she doesn't trust him. And he is a horrible human being. And we have to continue our drive until he's terminated. We can't allow him to do this to great artistry. We just can't.
He tried to warn about Sony's intentions regarding the catalog. Imagine a black man owning 50% of the world's biggest publishing catalog, and whilst sitting on the board of directors, telling you that the company is controlled by racists. And then you get an idea as to why he needed to be killed.
Michael told me that they were going to murder him. He was afraid. He was afraid for his life. The people that were involved in his life, the people that were controlling him.
He asked me to come upstairs, and he grabbed me and started crying, said, please don't leave me. They're trying to kill me. And so the next day after we left court, I said, I need to take you to a hospital. He said, no, they'll kill me.
He has told me several times that he felt that people wanted him gone, wanted him dead. He would always say that. Just some of the mean, evil, vicious people didn't want him around for some reason. They're greedy. That's what it is.
He felt that that someone was going to try and kill him to get a hold of his catalog and his estate.
So he actually gave you names?
He did, and I would like not to say them, but he expressed to me his concern over his life.
In my Sony catalog is all the Beatles music, all of, Little Richard's music. I own Sly and the Family Stone. I own Elvis, so many Elvis songs, and it's a huge catalog. It's very valuable. It's worth a lot of money, and there is a big fight going on right now as we speak about that. Now, I can't say whether or not. I can't comment on it. There's a lot of conspiracy. I'll say there's a lot of conspiracy going on as we speak.
Michael was very suspicious of many people who had crossed his path. He felt people were after his catalog. He felt the media wanted to make a fortune on watching him be destroyed and carted off to prison. He was suspicious of many people who had crossed his path. I don't want to give a bunch of names.
What is your greatest lesson learned?
Not to trust everybody. Not to trust everybody in the industry. There's a lot of sharks. And record companies steal they cheat. You have to audit them. And it's time for artists to take a stand against them because they totally take advantage of them. Totally. They forget that it's the artists who make the company, not the company who make the artists. Without the talent, the company would be nothing but just hardware.
This is a 22-page document of all the acts he owned in alphabetical order. And what do the headlines say? Michael owned 50% of Sony.
It's crazy how cruel corporations can be. You know, you gotta understand, Mike was one of the most powerful men in the music business. And then he owned 50% of Sony, ATV.
The Beatles catalog.
Beatles just one of many catalogs that he owns 50% of.
They were mad at him due to the business that he did.
Yeah.
Let's be real. I'm gonna say it out there straight for everybody listening. My uncle didn't die. He was murdered. I feel the same thing about Prince. We're losing a lot of stars because you have to remember, these are basically insurance policies. When he dies, whatever was owned by the company reverts back. We're not talking about $100,000. We're not talking about $1 million. And everybody in this room knows $1 million, I don't care if you're a normal person, ain't getting you shit. After taxes, you still got to live the same. You still got to stack your money. But when my uncle died, we're talking about billions of dollars. Can you imagine if Prince, when he died, sold little red Corvette to Chevy? Woo. Let's just you think about it.
Yeah.
They say Prince died broke. How do you die broke with $1 billion catalog? If he would have sold 3 songs, he'd have had a couple $100 million sitting in his pocket to play with.
Yeah.
All he had to do was, here, take these 3. I got the catalog of the rest.
Right.
Jackson was not only right about Sony, he even predicted the aftermath of his death and the eventual sale off his catalog. He knew the consequences, yet he did not hold himself back from putting forth the truth. There are many evil forces that work together to bring down black artists and use them for their own benefit. David Geffen is considered to be one of the most powerful gay men in history, with his grip rooted on Hollywood. People close to Jackson consider Geffen behind all the slander and array of disingenuous rumors. It was 1992, when Jackson had refused to serve him any favors. In a pool party, Geffen made a move on him and tried to kiss him, to which Michael retaliated and pushed him away, making it clear that he wasn't gay. This is where his career began spiraling down. Michael had called for a career suicide, turning Geffen down on a love endeavor. And that's when the first allegations against Jackson had surfaced. It is said that, if you're a good friend of Geffen, he'd probably even die for you. But if you're his enemy, then you better kill yourself. Jackson was even betrayed and robbed by his own friends Steven Spielberg, David Geffen, and Katzenberg, who stole his Neverland Ranch, Boy on the Moon logo, and used it for their own production DreamWorks. Janet Jackson's Super Bowl halftime show malfunction, where Janet, being the victim, was barred from Super Bowl and was blacklisted from MTV. Meanwhile, Justin Timberlake was given a free pass, even without any apologies. America and Hollywood have never been fair to black artists, especially the Jacksons. Before Michael Jackson raised the racial barriers, black artists were banned from MTV and weren't considered suitable for the front covers of magazines. Jackson once said, "I've been told over and over again that black people on the covers of magazines don't sell copies. Just wait. Someday those magazines will come begging for an interview." And Michael Jackson, of course, was right.
The minute I started breaking the all-time record in record sales, I broke Elvis's records. I broke Beatles' records. The minute it became the all-time best-selling albums in history in the Guinness Book of World Records, overnight they called me a freak. They called me a homosexual. They called me a child molester. They said I tried to bleach my skin. They made everything to turn the public against me. This was all complete conspiracy. You have to know that. I know my race. I just look in the mirror. I know I'm black.
Going to Universal and buy. We would own Jaws, E.T., Close Encounters, all the classics from Universal. Own all of that stuff. That will allow us to do a channel. Part of the Marvel channel can be not only the Marvel characters, but Marvel films, like the catalog. We could do anything we want, from restaurants to retail, theme parks.
He then wanted to buy Marvel. He said, well, then I'll buy Marvel. I don't know what happened. I mean, obviously he didn't buy Marvel, but he wanted to.
It's the fact that Michael had power, Michael owned Sony, he owned a lot of shit, and they wanted to get rid of his ass, and they wanted to ruin his fucking reputation. I mean, Michael was dope, and he influenced everybody. Every continent knew who Michael was, and if Michael gave a message, people be like, I want to listen to that. Too much power, man.
Nobody had issues with Jackson until the success of Thriller and Bad, which overnight made him the biggest black celebrity in the world. He was influential and was loved by millions. That's when the false allegations started to gain momentum. It's all about greed, hate, entitlement, and racism. They couldn't stand to witness a black artist with so much power, influence, and opulence. This would never have happened if Jackson had been white or corrupt, because the elites would have protected him. At times when celebrities played it safe, by not being too vocal about issues, but had to come across as woke. It was Michael Jackson who put his career and his life at stake to fight against the injustices, without worrying about the dreadful consequences that he might had to face. But much worse was yet to come.
An arrest warrant for Mr. Jackson has been issued on multiple counts of child molestation. The bail amount on the warrant has been set at $3 million.
The information is disgusting and false. Years ago, I allowed a family to visit and spend some time at Neverland. Neverland is my home. I allowed this family into my home because they told me their son was ill with cancer and needed my help. Through the years, I have helped thousands of children who are ill or in distress. These events have caused a nightmare for my family, my children, and me. I never intend to place myself in so vulnerable a position ever again. I love my community, and I have great faith in our justice system. Please keep an open mind and let me have my day in court. I deserve a fair trial like every other American citizen. I will be acquitted and vindicated when the truth is told. Thank you.
It all started with the release of the Martin Bashir documentary Living with Michael Jackson, which featured the boy Gavin Arvizo. Michael Jackson was introduced to Gavin and his family in the year 2000, after the boy had requested to meet Jackson. He was suffering from cancer at that time. According to Gavin, Jackson called him about 20 other times during his illness. After Gavin's first round of chemotherapy, the Arvizo family visited Neverland for the first time in August 2000. On their very first visit, Gavin and his brother Star begged Jackson to let them sleep in his bedroom. This is the night that is referenced in the 2003 Martin Bashir documentary that caused massive public uproar, even though both Gavin and Jackson made it clear that while the kids slept on their bed, Jackson slept on the floor.
Gavin came to Michael and said, Michael, could we sleep in your room tonight? And Michael looked at me and says, I don't know, I think you better ask your mother. Oh, we already asked our mother. She says, sure, no problem. I'm like, no, this is something's odd. This is not right. And then as I was about to go tell Gavin that he cannot sleep in Michael's room, Michael says, okay, I have a solution for this. You have to sleep in the room with me. The two children slept on the bed, and Michael and I slept on the floor.
After this incident, Jackson actively avoided them and maintained distance from the family personally, while helping them to cope up with Gavin's illness as well. He allowed the Arvizos to use the ranch for a blood drive for Gavin, where all his employees donated their blood. Jackson gave the family a white van and a laptop as a gift, which were later sent back to Jackson. in order to have them repaired as they had broken down. But according to the Arvizos, they never saw any of these items again. They didn't have much contact with each other until the Bashir documentary in 2003. Martin Bashir was a British journalist who earlier had interviewed Princess Diana, and then proposed to have Jackson interviewed in order to present to the public the real Michael Jackson. Jackson gave Bashir something he has never given any journalist: unprecedented access to his private life, allowing Bashir and his film crew to follow him for 8 months.
We began a journey together, across continents, through his past, and rapidly into the disturbing reality of his life today.
During the creation of the documentary, Bashir suggested to Jackson that in the film, he could show to the public how he had helped children with serious illnesses throughout his life. Jackson presented Bashir with 2 choices: David Rothenberg, who was mercilessly put on a blaze by his own father when he was a child in the 1980s, and the other, cancer survivor, Gavin Arvizo. But Bashir went with the 13-year-old Gavin instead, even though Dave was present as well. So Gavin with his siblings Star and Davlin were invited on the sets.
Not sick at all, no more cancer. All gone. All gone.
Jackson trusted that Bashir had no hidden agenda in how he presented his relationship with Gavin, and out of naivety and gullibility, allowed himself to be filmed showing affection to Gavin, after insisting Jackson off camera to hold Gavin's hands, and cleverly planting a conversation to imply that the two had slept together in the bed.
Do you stay in the house? Does Michael let you enjoy the whole premises?
There was one night I stood in there, I asked him if I could stay in the bedroom, and he let me stay in the bedroom, and I was like, Michael, you can sleep on the bed. And he was like, no, you sleep on the bed, sleep on the bed. We're like, no, you sleep on the bed. And then he finally said, okay, if you love me, you sleep on the bed. I was like, oh man. And so I finally slept on the bed. But it was fun that night. I slept on the floor.
Well, Mr. Jackson didn't say we sleep in the bed together. What Mr. Jackson said was Gavin Arvizo slept on his bed and he slept on the floor.
Jackson felt betrayed by Bashir. He exploited Jackson's poor judgment in public relations and portrayed the relationship between Jackson and the boy in a false, misleading, and manipulative way.
His face, his denials about plastic surgery, his relationship with Blanket's mother, and of course, I also wanted to return to the Neverland sleepovers. Confronting him wouldn't be easy, but now it had to happen.
Throughout the documentary, he used suggestive and highly manipulative narration, which made it seem as if his intention from the very beginning was to create and feed an innuendo about Jackson's relationship with children. A rebuttal documentary, The Footage You Were Never Meant to See, was released by Jackson's team, showing the footage of Jackson's cameraman capturing the moments that Bashir had intentionally edited out.
About Michael's ranch, Mr. Bashir's on-air comment was, "One of the most disturbing things is the fact that a lot of disadvantaged children go to Neverland. It's a dangerous place for a vulnerable child to be." But what he said behind the scenes was this.
I was here yesterday, and I saw it, and it's nothing short of a spiritually kind thing.
This comment about Michael's method of raising children was included on Bashir's special. They are restricted. They are overly protected. I was angry at the way his children were made to suffer. But this was not.
Your relationship with your children is spectacular. And in fact, it almost makes me weep when I see you with them.
Martin Bashir is an interesting example of a man who made his name off of the back of Michael Jackson, lured him in under the pretense that he was going to help Michael Jackson's career by erasing any possibility of allegations of the past, by bringing forward Michael's ability and want and desire to help children and create this international children's holiday that Michael wanted so badly. He promised Michael that that's what this would be about, this international children's holiday, and that he'd make Michael Jackson look like another Princess Diana. That's what he promised.
Martin showed Michael a letter from Princess Diana.
Thanking him?
Thanking him
for the show that he did with her, the interview that said, you know, Martin's a great guy, he'll take care of you, it was a great interview, whatever. And then Michael just figured, oh, he's okay. Then if it was, you know, if Di liked him, he was fine. He didn't care. He wasn't trying to be Michael's friend.
Michael didn't learn till after the documentary was made that Martin Bashir had been officially reprimanded in Britain for unfair journalistic practices.
Is there things that you left out of this thing? You're like, I'm happy I did?
Absolutely not. It was difficult because, I guess to some extent, because I come from Britain where we don't do sycophantic interviews. We don't really suck up to people very much. We don't do that kind of thing. When I made the documentary, there was a small part of that which contained a controversy concerning his relationship with other young people. But the truth is that he was never convicted of any crime. I never saw any wrongdoing myself. And whilst his lifestyle may have been a bit unorthodox, I don't believe it was criminal.
It is clear that Bashir duped him into believing that he would make a positive documentary that would put forth the truth about his life, but instead depicted Jackson as a dangerous man who is not fit to be around children, and portrayed him in a negative light, totally opposite to what he had promised. Nothing positive made to the cut. When the documentary aired on 3rd February 2003, this segment caused a storm of bad publicity for Jackson, and wild speculations about the nature of his relationship with Gavin Arvizo, when in reality, there was not even a relationship between Jackson and Gavin in the first place, as they hardly even met. As a result of the documentary, the media went into a frenzy, and they tried to hunt down the Arvizo family. Jackson's team tried to fight this negative publicity and decided to hold a press conference in Miami on February 5, 2003, which was eventually called off. Jackson and the Arvizos then returned to Neverland together on 7th of February. Jackson's team then decided to do damage control by releasing a rebuttal video. The Arvizos segment was shot on February 20th. That wasn't included in the rebuttal documentary.
Where were they when I couldn't feed my children, when I had to share a box of cereal? Where were they when my children and I would weep? Where were they when my children and I were lonely? Where were they when I didn't have enough money to pay for my bus fare, to get my son to the doctors? Where were they when I had to walk about 3 hours to get to the doctors for my children? And now, all of a sudden, they're caring and concerned because Michael Jackson is involved, the very same man who cares about me and my 3 kids, to make sure that their past is erased and that all they can count is a future full of happiness, joy, and safety. Where are those people when I needed him, when I needed them? And now, Michael is there for us, there for all 3 of them.
He couldn't even talk. And he gave my little brother so much.
The Arvizos wanted to be compensated because of the damage done by the Bashir documentary. On February 21st and 25th, Janet Arvizo met a civil lawyer, William Dickerman. According to Janet Arvizo, she contacted Dickerman because she wanted him to stop the media from using her children's photos in their publications and on their programs. Dickerman then began writing letters to Jackson's attorney Mark Geragos, demanding the return of furniture, clothes, documents, and various other items which were put in a storage locker after the Arvizos moved out of their Los Angeles apartment on March 2nd. In his letters, Dickerman also claimed that Jackson's people harassed and followed around the Arvizo family after they had left Neverland. No mention of molestation or false imprisonment. Dickerman later referred them to Larry Feldman, the same civil lawyer, who negotiated the settlement for the Chandlers in the year 1993. Feldman then sends the Arvizos to Dr. Stanley Katz, who is the same psychologist who evaluated Jordan Chandler in 1993. Gavin then alleges that he has been molested by Jackson. The main question that arises here is that, why were the Arvizos sent to Larry Feldman regarding a minute issue of storage locker, harassment, and the media issues? Knowing that the first person Gavin ever made his allegations to was Dr. Katz, and that he had not made any such allegations to either Dickerman, Feldman, or his mother. Yet, They were sent to the same lawyer who had negotiated a $15 million settlement for the Chandlers in 1993. And this lawyer then sends them to the same child abuse psychologist who had also evaluated the 1993 accuser. It must be noted that Tom Sneddon had the California law changed that allowed the Chandlers to push the civil trial ahead of the criminal trial in 1993. The same law that was used by Chandlers to extort money from Jackson. Due to that change, an accuser in a sexual assault case cannot pursue a civil lawsuit right away, and the new law restricts a civil trial from preceding a criminal trial in a related matter. It is for this reason that the Arvizos could not use the same strategy as what the Chandlers did in 1993. Even though they went to civil lawyers, they had no choice but to begin a criminal trial first. And if they had won the criminal case, that could have been used to secure an automatic win for them in a civil court too.
Approximately 70 investigators from the Sheriff's Department and the District Attorney's Office served a search warrant at Neverland Ranch in Los Olivos.
Sheriff's Department, we have a search warrant?
They locked everybody out of the house. They had the whole house to themselves to do whatever they wanted. And they totally took advantage. They went into areas they weren't supposed to go into, like my office. They didn't have search warrants for those places, and they totally took advantage. My room is a complete wreck. My workers told me, they said, Michael, don't go in your room. They were crying on the phone, my employees. They said, if you saw your room, you would cry. I have stairs that go up to my bed. And they said, you can't even get up the stairs. The room is totally trashed. And they had 80 policemen in this room, 80 policemen in one bedroom. That's really overdoing it. And they took knives and cut open my mattresses with knives. Just cut everything open. They manhandled me very roughly. My shoulder is dislocated, literally. It's hurting me very badly. I'm in pain all the time. See this arm? This is as far as I can reach it. Same with this side over here.
Because of what happened at the police station?
Yeah, at the police station. And what they did to me, if you saw what they did to my arms, it was very bad what they did. It was very swollen, I want to say, with the handcuffs, the way they tied them too tight behind my back.
Behind your back?
Yeah, and they put it in a certain position, knowing that it's going to hurt and affect my back. Now I can't move. It keeps me from sleeping at night. I can't sleep at night. One time I asked to use the restroom, and they said, sure, it's right around the corner there. Once I went in the restroom, they locked me in there for like 45 minutes. There was doo-doo feces thrown all over the walls, the floor, the ceiling, and it stunk so bad. Then one of the policemen came by the window and he made a sarcastic remark. He said, does it smell good enough for you in there? How do you like the smell? Is it good? And I just simply said, it's all right. It's okay. So I just sat there and waited.
For 45 minutes?
Yeah, for 45 minutes, about 45 minutes. And then one cop would come by and say, oh, you'll be out in a second. You'll be out in a second. Then there would be another 10 minutes added on, then another 15 minutes added on. They did this on purpose.
The law enforcement and prosecution went to great depths, but couldn't find anything. In turn, during the trial, several evidences had come into light that proved this case was nothing but a total debacle. The Arvizos initially claimed that Jackson had started molesting Gavin as soon as they had returned from Miami with Jackson on February 7, 2003. This claim, however, later changed to Jackson started molesting Gavin after February 20th, when the prosecution found the rebuttal video footage, where the Arvizos are seen praising Jackson, which was shot early morning of February 20th. As a result, the Arvizos changed their initial timeline of the allegations from February 7th to February 20th.
They began to claim that the young man had been molested right after the Bashir documentary, and then to their horror, we came up with a videotape where the young man and his brothers and mother all praised Michael for being the nicest person they'd ever met. And at that point, the prosecution changed its theory and tried to say the molestation began after that videotape was put together. So it was kind of a two-step process, all of which was completely absurd.
Martin Bashir's documentary resulted in public outrage in the media about Jackson's relationship with children, and a high media interest, and tabloids were trying to hunt down the Arvizo family. Jackson's PR and legal team were simultaneously working overtime on damage control. Even investigations were held by DCFS and Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department to investigate Jackson and Gavin Arvizo. So to believe the Arvizo's story, you have to believe that all while this was happening, and while these investigations were ongoing, and the whole world was in uproar, Jackson suddenly started molesting Gavin Arvizo, even though for 3 years he had not touched him, and not even trusted him and his family. This is exactly the story that the Arvizo family ended up with, after they were forced to change their initial timeline, because of the discovery of the so-called rebuttal tape. They even brought a conspiracy charge against Jackson, claiming that between February 1st and March 31st, 2003, Jackson conspired with his co-conspirators to abduct Gavin Arvizo and to falsely imprison the Arvizo family so they could be forced to participate in the rebuttal video. But as per the video, the Arvizo family did not seem to be under any duress at all while they were shooting the rebuttal video.
Wait. You know how you know how Bashir zoomed in on him holding hands? Do that the same thing.
Because
because that's what a mother does with a son, or a father does with a son, you know? And they try to make it out to be something wrong and dirty. Put your back, sir.
The hand holding thing.
Okay.
How did that make you feel?
Oh, we're on camera?
Yeah.
Oh.
We are? Yeah, I was just rolling.
Oh, God! This is the outtakes of the outtakes.
However, receipts and testimonies showed that during their alleged captivity, the Arvizos went shopping several times, stayed for days with her boyfriend who was an Army officer, talked to Child Protective Services regarding the Bashir documentary, visited the lawyer William Dickerman to stop the media from using the Arvizo children's photos, talked to doctors, stayed at a hotel, and appeared in a court with another lawyer regarding the child support debate. Yet, they never reported to authorities, their lawyers, the doctors, or to anyone, that they were allegedly being kidnapped and held against their will. They claimed they were held captive against their will, and weren't allowed to reckon the time of the day, when there were several clocks at Neverland, including this huge clock. They made an outrageous and exhilarating claim that Jackson and his people attempted to flee them to Brazil in a hot air balloon. Well, Jackson's people did keep an eye on the Arvizo family, but there was no imprisonment or kidnapping. But that was only because they were suspicious of the Arvizos, and how they may use the media uproar resulting from the Bashir documentary for their own benefit. The media at this point tried to contact the Arvizos, and Michael Jackson already had experience with the practices of the tabloid media, and what effect the temptation of tabloid money can have on people.
We've got the tape of what happened right before that interview with Department of Child and Family Services. When the caseworkers arrive, the children appear to be watching a home video of Jackson and the alleged victim. Jackson's heard singing.
This is something personal.
And here's what I didn't hear in it, Dan. She talked about that specific threat. We know where your parents live. We listened to the tape that you listened to and put on the air, and in that break, when Asaf, the Jackson investigator, talks to her, there is no threat. In fact, the words threat, the words killers are not used there or anywhere else in anything, any of the tape exhibits that have been played in court so far.
Dan, everything about this woman says Michael is innocent. Remember, Bashir followed Michael and these kids around and never found anything that was sexual abuse. Then she talks on this tape that we've seen and to protective services, nothing. Only after the fact, at this trial, when she can make a lot of money, if Michael is convicted, she spins everything that helped Michael with a negative spin.
They were at all times during that February 7th to March 10th period of time, whenever Michael was there was always a third party around. Always.
What about the allegation that some kind of intoxicating agent, said to be wine, was given to this child to make him more pliable?
Ludicrous. I mean, it's ludicrous on its face. There are in excess of 100 employees at any one time at that ranch. There is full-time security at that ranch. There are people who are there at all times, day and night, 24/7, who are specifically instructed to make sure that people don't do that. The kids are nowhere near alcohol or liquor.
During the trial, the prosecution made several baseless claims, with witnesses not only contradicting their own past testimonies, but also admitting to have lied under oath. Gavin Arvizo on the stand claimed it was Jackson who told him that men have to masturbate, otherwise they may rape women. Turned out that in his interview in 2003, Gavin said that his grandmother told him that. But on the stand, he completely differed from it. Initially, in Star Arvizo's interview with Dr. Stanley Katz, Star claimed that on the 2 occasions when he allegedly witnessed Jackson inappropriately touching his brother, Jackson's hand was on top of Gavin's clothes. But later, on the stand, he claimed that Jackson's hand was inside Gavin's pants on both occasions. In the interview, Star also claimed that on the second occasion, he witnessed Jackson molesting his brother while having his penis out of his underwear. Later, this claim disappeared from their allegations, and on the stand, Star never claimed to have witnessed such a thing. On the stand, he claimed he did not see any alcohol in the room while these alleged acts of molestations were taking place. But later, he was reminded that earlier he told the grand jury that he saw vodka. So now he suddenly remembers that he did see. Initially, Star also claimed to Dr. Katz in 2003 that he had witnessed Jackson rub his private parts against Gavin's butt and touch Gavin's butt. Not only did this claim disappear from their allegations, but at the trial in 2005, when Jackson's lawyer Thomas Mazzaro confronted him with what he initially claimed to Dr. Katz, Star flat out denied ever saying such a thing. Initially, in 2 interviews, Star claimed that he too had been inappropriately touched by Jackson. Later, this claim completely disappeared from the trial. Not only Star's own testimonies were contradictory, but there is another piece of evidence that makes his whole story questionable. There was much talk in the media about the alarm system in Jackson's bedroom. Neverland was a place where dozens, or even hundreds of people stayed and walked around at Neverland, be it guests, relatives, friends, fans, or staff. There have been several instances when fans had managed to have sneaked into his ranch, and even to his bedroom, and camouflaged themselves for weeks. There's no doubt as to why an international celebrity wouldn't want to get a warning when someone enters his private quarters. The prosecution's and the tabloid media's theory about it was that Jackson installed it to get warned if anyone entered his bedroom while he was molesting children. But this is just a never-proven prosecution hypothesis, not a fact. Ironically, this alarm system that the tabloid media often tries to use to incriminate Jackson blew another hole into Star Arvizo's story. How come that Star Arvizo was able to walk into Jackson's bedroom and observe the molestation 2 times without Jackson hearing the alarm and noticing him?
So what, Michael Jackson didn't hear this alarm go off and just continued to molest this sleeping boy while someone else walks in?
When Star was asked about it, he claimed that it was not audible upstairs because the door at the bottom of the stairway was closed. Jackson's defense team did an alarm test, and the video of it was presented at Jackson's trial as evidence that proved that the sound of the alarm was loud and clearly audible in the upstairs portion of Jackson's bedroom, where the alleged molestation happened.
The audio recorded the sound of the alarm warning that someone was coming up the steps, to show that Michael would have been aware of anybody coming into his bedroom.
Initially, the Arvizo kids claimed that Jackson had given the kids sleeping pills. However, later this claim completely disappeared from their allegations. During cross-examination, Jackson's lawyer Tom Mazzaro showed Star Arvizo a copy of Barely Legal and repeatedly asked if it was this specific edition that Jackson had showed him and his brother. The boy insisted that it was, only for Mazzaro to reveal that it was published in August 2003, 5 months after the Arvizo family had left Neverland.
Remember, he is the witness. He is the one who saw Michael Jackson allegedly molesting his brother. And yet, on different occasions, he described what he saw quite differently, and Tom Mesereau pointed that out.
There were several other claims that were made, such as Jackson deliberately showing himself naked, or him showing pornography on internet, or seeing Jackson simulating sex with a mannequin. However, these claims were either contradicted by their own testimonies, destroyed under cross-examination, or weren't included in the trial. During the trial, it was also revealed that the Arvizo kids weren't as naive and innocent as the prosecution tried to portray them.
After repeated stays in Neverland, even while Michael was out of town, they began to exhibit an attitude of entitlement with Michael's staff and resources. Witnesses at the trial reported that they thought the family started conspiring to take advantage of Michael and his generosity. They had access to all parts of the property and freely used the amusement park, the zoo, the arcade, and movie theater. The kids figured out the Neverland security codes and were admonished by the staff for breaking into Michael's wine cellar and consuming alcohol. Eventually, the Arvizos got too out of control, and Michael started to distance himself from them. By this point, they were charging thousands of dollars of luxuries on Michael's account.
Several people, including Neverland employees and Jackson's relatives and friends, revealed their unruly behavior during their stay at Neverland. Carol Lemire, Michael's former hairstylist, knew the Arvizos independently for years before they even met Jackson. She stated that the Arvizo kids had serious behavioral problems. She recalled an occasion in a restaurant when Star tried to pick up the waitress by offering her a $5 tip. Then Star demanded the waitress' phone number and became vocally angered and irate when she refused, demanding his money back. She told the investigators that Devlin even told her stories about their mother physically abusing them, forcing them to shoplift, and making them tell lies, and about their father David sexually molesting Devlin. Devlin even told Lemire that Jackson was going to buy her family a house. After questioning her, Devlin implied that her mother Janet was going to blackmail Jackson, forcing him to buy them a house. Shortly after that, Lemire called Devi Tavashi and told her to get Michael away from the Arvizo kids. She described the children as trained con artists. Jackson's young cousin Rijo testified at the 2005 trial that on one occasion, he saw the Arvizo boys watching an adult program on TV with nude women and started to masturbate under the sheets. They invited Rijo to join them, but he refused and ran away. He testified that he witnessed them stealing money and other items from the office of the house manager and from a drawer where a chef kept his belongings, where they found out the various combinations to keep padlocks on doors throughout the ranch, including the wine cellar. He saw the Arvizo boys frequently go to the wine cellar and to Jackson's room several times while the singer was not present. Rijo's elder sister Simone also testified that while she was in the pool one time, Gavin and Star repeatedly urged her to take off her bathing suit top and called her a pussy and a bitch because she wouldn't take off her top. She even witnessed them stealing a laminated $1,000 bill from Jackson's desk in his office. Julio Avila, a Neverland employee, stated that he found the Arvizo boys to be troublemakers and behaved as if they owned the place. He stated that he found the Arvizo boys to be troublemakers and behaved as if they owned the place. He stated that both Gavin and Star spat at him and other employees while on the rides. They would also drop their shoes from the top of the Ferris wheel. Once, they even dangerously started a ride by themselves. He said that he observed Star Arvizo writing the words, "You suck dick," on a wall in one of the control rooms in the park, and he also witnessed Star bringing pornographic magazines to the park and hid them in various places, including the control box of the park stereo and on the rides. When being asked, Star told him he brought them from home. Maria Gomez testified at the trial that she saw adult magazines in Star Arvizo's backpack while she was once cleaning the guest unit where they stayed. Kiki Fournier, an ex-employee, testified as a prosecution witness that star Arvizo once pulled a knife on her in the kitchen. In an interview with the sheriff's investigators, Louis Palanker stated that she wrote a check of $20,000 to the Arvizos to renovate a sterile room, but later learned that the family had paid the contractor only $800 for the renovation. She stated that the Arvizo family was out of balance, and that she felt that the kids collaborated in what their mother was saying. She stated that this family can be as wacky as they want to be, and she knows that Janet is unbalanced and totally bipolar, and that she needs to see a psychologist. She also felt that the children were coached to ask her for a laptop computer as a gift. She also said that these people were teaching their kids to lie. But Palanker's tone between her police interview in January and testimony in March 2005 changed after she got into a romantic relationship with one of the case's prosecutors, Ron Zonin, who she even got married to.
Now, Jay Leno was interviewed by the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department and secretly recorded by the sheriffs. He didn't know he was being recorded. And he told them words to the effect that this family had contacted him, that the 13-year-old accuser had tried repeatedly to get through to him, and that finally he had a conversation with him. He said that the 13-year-old sounded, overly rehearsed, sounded scripted. There seemed to be a woman in the background, directing what he said. And he got a bad feeling about what this young man was saying to him. And he thought they wanted money, although they didn't actually ask for it. And after that conversation, he told the staff not to let them put any calls through to him again. Now, George Lopez was called by the prosecution to talk about their efforts to get money from him, even going so far as to accuse him of stealing money from the child's wallet.
Another prosecution witness, Cynthia Ann Bell, a flight attendant, testified that Jackson usually drank wine on the plane because he was a very nervous flyer. He usually drank alcohol from a plastic thermal-like mug-looking thing, but on that flight there was not any available, and it was Bell's idea to put the wine in a soda can instead, since he did not want his children to see him drink alcohol. She testified that she never saw Jackson give alcohol to the Arvizo kids, something that the prosecution claimed. She had nothing but nice things to say about Jackson, and had the polar opposite impression of the Arvizo children, especially Gavin. She described Gavin as very rude, and further stated, "The individual was unusually rude, discourteous. I remember him talking about, 'I got this watch from Michael, and it's really expensive,' just loud, obnoxious, like 'serve me my food, this isn't warm, this isn't the way it's supposed to be,' and he was just unintelligent. It was embarrassing to have him on board actually." It now makes sense as to why Jackson wanted to distance himself from these spoiled kids. During the investigation, it was revealed that the Arvizo family was already involved in several fraudulent cases, where they tried to make money by unfair means. In 1998, the Arvizo family was involved in an incident at the JCPenney department store, when 8-year-old Gavin was caught stealing 2 school uniforms from the store. There was a scuffle between Janet and the guards, and both Janet and her husband David were arrested and taken to jail, where they were charged with burglary, assault and battery, and petty theft. But the charges were eventually dropped by the store. A year later, in 1999, the Arvizos filed a civil lawsuit against JCPenney for battery, false imprisonment, and infliction of emotional distress. Then a year later, they added sexual assault allegations in their complaint, claiming that a security guard fondled Janet's breasts, squeezed her nipples 25 times, punched her with a closed fist, molested her in her vaginal area, and called her racial slurs. Eventually, the case was settled in 2001, with JCPenney paying the family $152,500.
She was arrested, brought to the police station. We obtained the booking information where she said she didn't have any need for medical attention, didn't have any injuries. We also obtained the booking photos where you didn't see a bruise on her body or a hair out of place. Subsequently, her lawyer filed a lawsuit against JCPenney and with photographs showing bruises all over her body.
Later, Janet and her kids admitted under oath that her ex-husband David regularly beat her and their children, and that they had lied earlier in the JCPenney deposition.
The problem that she has in this JCPenney case is that the allegations in some ways are so similar to the allegations here. Sure, it's her son making them here, but again, it's sexual abuse, it's false imprisonment, and it's about, as the defense would say, money.
Exactly, Dan. And on top of that, she's involved her child in both of these cases.
She had sued her.
Moreover, at the Jacksons' trial, Elizabeth Mary Holzer, who worked for the firm that represented the Arvizos, testified that Janet Arvizo had admitted to her that she had been lying about the JCPenney case. She further stated that Janet threatened her to have the Mexican mafia injure her child if she ever revealed this to anyone. Not only did the mother lie in the JCPenney case, but she also committed welfare fraud.
It's now an NBC News exclusive from the Michael Jackson trial. Documents that show how the accuser's mother may have committed perjury and fraud over a period of nearly 2 years.
Even the prosecutor said she may have committed perjury in certain of her applications. Documents that show the mother claimed she had virtually no assets after she'd received a six-figure court settlement and tens of thousands in donations for her cancer patient son. On November 5, 2001, the mother's lawyer distributed over $100,000 from JCPenney's and Tower Records. At least $32,000 of that settlement money was deposited in one bank account, with separate interest-bearing trusts set up for each of her sons. Yet 10 days after the payout, she said in her welfare applications, under penalty of perjury, that she and her children had no money from any source, no court settlements, no bank accounts, no interest income. She also said they had no health insurance, though her ex-husband's policy was and remains in force. In monthly eligibility reports and in a reapplication in October of 2002, the accuser's mother reaffirmed those answers and collected benefits until March 2003.
Her son was ill with cancer, and they were losing their house, and they were losing their car because of the medical expenses.
Keenan felt sorry for the sick boy and eventually agreed to run a story. A few weeks later, the mother called again.
She said, "You know what? We didn't make enough money from the first story. Will you run another story?"
The mother's phone call prompted the reporter to carry out more research on the family. She was stunned and shaken to learn that the family was insured and their medical expenses had been covered all along.
It gives me goosebumps. It does. It does. That a mother would use her son to use her son's illness for their own gain.
They mentioned about 10 seconds of that, and they mentioned it once, and it wasn't like, oh, reminding you, just remember that, the witnesses and the ones, obviously, suing Michael Jackson for these legal charges and had these criminal things against him were trying to, obviously, they were scam artists beforehand. And they tried to pull something, but that history was not brought up. You only heard
it's not important to the public.
The Arvizo family also had a history of grifting, cunning, and manipulative behavior. Chris Tucker, a comedian and Michael's dear friend, testified, sharing his encounters with the Arvizos long before Jackson even came into the picture. He told that the father, David Arvizo, told him that they were going to have a benefit for his son, who was dying of cancer. A couple of days later, Gavin called Tucker and told him that they had not raised any money at the fundraiser and that they needed money for his medical bills. Tucker then wired money to Gavin's foundation. However, it was revealed during the trial that they did in fact raise money, but Gavin flat out denied of asking any money from Tucker. Tucker testified that he took Gavin and his family to the Knott's Berry Farm theme park, shopping, and sports games. They visited him on the sets of his movie Rush Hour 2, and were expected to stay for a couple of days, but instead stayed for a week or two, all at Tucker's expense. The kids were very undisciplined and were disturbing the work on the set of the movie so much that Tucker's people asked him to keep them away. Tucker described Gavin as sophisticated, smart, and cunning, and his brother Star as definitely cunning, and even said that he felt that he almost needed to check Star's pockets before they left his home, whenever they visited him.
He used possessed to describe the mother of the accuser. Not just that she was mentally unstable in his words, but that she was possessed, chaotic. He talked about his girlfriend, former girlfriend, getting tangled up with this family. He talked about the accuser himself being cunning, smart and cunning. Quoted him as saying, the boy coming up to him saying, "Listen, I want that. Let me have that. I'm not feeling good." Taking advantage of his illness again and again until, as Chris Tucker testified, he began to get suspicious, nervous, scared, his own self-descriptions, came to believe that they were out for money. In fact, he had sent them a lot of money, wired them money, was prepared to give them a car, and hauled all that back, eased out of it, he said, asked his then-girlfriend to ease out of it, back away from this family, told Michael Jackson to do the same thing.
Referring to the accuser in this case, this is not the mother. He was really smart, and he was cunning. But at the time, I always overlooked it. And his brother was definitely cunning. Remember? He was always saying stuff like, Chris, let me have this, let me have that. Come on, I'm not feeling too good. Of course, referring to his cancer. And Tucker talked about the fact that he gave the family some money and that they just kept asking for more and more.
They were targeting celebrities, in my opinion. And they ended up with the most gentle, kind-hearted celebrity of all, Michael Jackson. Michael was very naive, very kind, very gentle, wanted to see this child heal his cancer, and almost made it a cause that he would do what he could to help he and his family, but they started leaning on him more and more and more, and he got a very uncomfortable feeling about them. And of course, Chris Tucker warned him. He said, something's wrong, be careful, Michael.
She taught them what to say, and they said it. They had typed out notes that they would come home every day from school, and they would read from them. These kids were taught to disarm people. There was a consistent statement made by almost every witness that had dealings with the family that these kids would come up and greet them with a hug. These kids would write cards, we love you, you're like a big sister to us, can we come stay at your house? This was a pattern that they had set.
I will tell you, Dan, that this family, every conversation I had with them, every meeting I had with them, any interaction with them centered around either money, fame, celebrity, and or possessions. The family apparently was aware of prior allegations that had been made against Michael in the past and had hinted that there was really nothing keeping them from doing something similar unless... My understanding was they were very concerned and upset that they were not compensated for the Bashir documentary which had aired. When they started making threats, Michael realized this was not a family he needed around him. And I think he would have done anything he could at that time to distance himself from them, or to distance them from him. They were trying to do whatever they could to take care of what they saw as a potential problem, a loose cannon, someone who was very well knowledgeable of the '93 event or allegations and had threatened to do something similar. It was always characterized as nothing more than an attempt to extort money.
In the entire time while he was sick and undergoing chemotherapy, I actually never even met the mom. I never met the mom for a year. Yeah, I thought it was weird. There were times when we would we would spend the night with the accuser in the hospital while he was undergoing chemotherapy, and the mother was never there. These kids were very comfortable being at Neverland. These kids knew all the security passwords to every room you could imagine, even the rooms that were, blocked off to anyone else that were personal to Michael. The last time that I actually saw them, I left them at Neverland. But the night that I spent the night, they actually asked to sleep in Michael's room. However, Michael was not there, but they insisted and they really wanted to. I thought to myself, what child would want to go into the room where these awful things were happening to them? According to the timeline, it was after these things had already been happening to him. And he tried to do so much for them. And they told me that Michael was the one who helped cure this child of cancer. Just his love and his support. Well, the same people who were able to say that they were capable of then turning their backs on him and making these just awful allegations for the sake of money or whatever it was just, I just felt really betrayed.
It was the Arvizos right from the very beginning who chased Jackson, and not the other way round, as Janet Arvizo claimed. During the investigation, cards and letters written by the Arvizo family to Jackson were discovered, in which they begged for Jackson's attention because he was not answering their phone calls. Gavin on the stand admitted that Jackson stopped calling him. In fact, on cross-examination, Gavin complained about Jackson avoiding him and said that no other celebrity he befriended ever did that to him. He also complained on the stand that Jackson changed his phone numbers and became unavailable to them. It was clear that Jackson was clearly avoiding them merely weeks after they met. Gavin claimed that he felt abandoned when Michael had cut off the friendship. Therefore, not to lose contact with Jackson, the Arvizo family started to bombard him with nice letters and cards.
She wanted to live at Neverland for the rest of her life. Michael had been so kind to this woman and her son, who had overcome cancer, that he gave them a suite on the grounds, a little cottage that was normally occupied by Elizabeth Taylor, his friend. There were swans floating in the thing outside. There were flowers everywhere. There was music playing. It was idyllic. This is a woman who had been living in the ghetto in Los Angeles. She thought she was going to stay there forever. And so when it became evident that she wasn't, and that Michael was going to give them eviction papers, she went to the DA and claimed that he had molested her child.
But money is the root of all evil, as you know. The love of money is the root of all evil. And this is a sweet child, and to see him turn like this isn't him. This is not him.
So you don't think this comes from him, this comes from his parents?
No, this is not him. No, I know his heart.
So to recap everything, Gavin Arvizo, a child ailing with cancer, met Jackson in 2000. On their very first visit, Gavin and Starr requested to sleep in Jackson's bedroom. This makes Jackson suspicious, and he makes arrangement to sleep on the floor with Frank Cassio. This incident made Jackson maintain distance from the Arvizos merely after weeks, but Jackson still did things to help them. There was almost no contact between them until the shoot of the Martin Bashir documentary about 2 years later in 2002. In these 2 years, Arvizos visited Neverland at least 7 to 10 times, but most of the times Jackson wasn't there, and even if he was there, he actively avoided them. Martin Bashir's documentary releases and sparks an outrage. Janet Arvizo hires a civil lawyer in order to get compensated for the damaged reputation, and later, that turns into a child molestation allegation, with countless loopholes.
If you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you do read it, you're misinformed.
So what do you do?
That's a great question. What is the long-term effect of too much information? One of the effects is the need to be first, not even to be true anymore. So what a responsibility you all have to tell the truth, not just to be first, but to tell the truth. We live in a society now where it's just first. Who cares? Get it out there. We don't care who it hurts. We don't care who we destroy. We don't care if it's true. Just say it. Sell it. Anything you practice, you'll get good at, including BS.
I am particularly upset by the handling of this mass matter by the incredible, terrible mass media. At every opportunity, the media has dissected and manipulated these allegations to reach their own conclusions. I ask all of you to wait and hear the truth before you label or condemn me. Don't treat me like a criminal, because I am innocent.
The whole thing was a debacle. It should never have been tried.
The case was an open and shut case, with countless loopholes and contradictions. But did the media care to cover the aspects fairly? No. They only cared for their ratings. Media's role in suppressing the truth was massive and calculated. While Jackson was fighting for his life, they made the trial more of a circus with their unwise reporting. The media was so heavily vested on the prosecution's case that they deliberately ignored the defense. Much of the media reported only on the salacious claims of the prosecution witnesses, while failing to report that these same witnesses were totally discredited during the cross-examination. The defense case was given little airtime and attention, while the prosecution's claims were treated as gospel. The truth was not important, as it did not sell.
The media, just the way they reported the case was just remarkable. They would hear salacious testimony, and the reporters would run out and report it. They would not wait for the cross most of the time, or they'd want to ignore the cross. And it was just clearly their goal was ratings, revenue, which you would expect. They're nothing but businesses. And their goal was to see him go down. Court TV was just reporting the scandalous comments that prosecutors would bring out of their witnesses on direct examination, and then ignoring what would happen on cross-examination. Nobody's talking about the cross-examination that eviscerates a lot of these witnesses. And I had great respect for Court TV until this particular case. They just became a cheap tabloid as far as I was concerned. They brought in Diane Dimond, who was not a lawyer, who clearly had a bias. She'd been sued by Michael Jackson in the 90s, had even gotten District Attorney Tom Sneddon to sign a sworn declaration to support her position in the case. And the fact that they would make her their lead correspondent, it's hard to explain the atmosphere that surrounded that trial. It was a tabloid mess. It was just daily efforts to besmirch and degrade and dehumanize and mock Michael Jackson. They think what they watch on TV is the trial, and that's not the trial.
Even lawyers you've never heard of would end up on TV talking about the case they have no connection to.
I think that we have developed an industry of would-be experts who are not professional, who are not experienced, who are very amateurish in their comments about what's going on in courtrooms, and who are willing to give opinions when they're not even there. And I think it has become the theater of the absurd. And I think it reached its lowest level in this case. The factual inaccuracies, the obvious bias among people like Court TV. How do you compress, 6 to 8 hours of testimony into a soundbite? You can't possibly be accurate.
From time and time, various internet websites, gossip blogs, and even the mainstream media have been gossiping and blatantly lying to have found child pornography during the police searches at Neverland. Child pornography is illegal in any form, and the mere possession of it is a crime in itself. Had there been any child pornography found in Jackson's possession, he would have been arrested right away and charged for it. He was never even charged with such a crime, let alone convicted of it. All were legal art books and art photography. Majority of them didn't even have children in them. In fact, 3 of these books are in the United States Library of Congress. The pornographic magazines and adult DVDs that were ever found were all heterosexual in nature and all legal. Even the prosecution admitted that all of this material was illegal, and none depicted any illegal activities such as child erotica. However, they claimed that Jackson used these to groom children for sexual abuse. But these unproven theories came from an accuser with serious credibility problems. Jackson was a prolific and voracious reader who frequently spent thousands of dollars at a time in bookstores. He had a huge library and owned over 1 million books, much of them in storage. And there were about 10,000 books in total in areas where the police had focused their search.
Because I get all you wouldn't believe the amounts of mail that I get. And if you say to somebody, if I let the fans know I love Charlie Chaplin, I'll be swarmed in Charlie Chaplin paraphernalia. But if I say I love children, which I do, they swarm me with everything pertaining to kids.
Michael received so many books and magazines from all over the world. And a lot of the so-called Playboy magazines were magazines that he received from others, not that he went out and bought them. And so he had a huge library of all sorts of books, classical to children's books. I mean, he had a library that was bigger than a public library.
The extent to which tabloid media went to sway the reader's mind can be understood when Radar Online in 2016 used a picture of this girl, indicating that Jackson found pleasure in torture of children, only for the artist of the picture, Jonathan Hoban, to call them out, that it was not even created until 2008, and was not published until 2010, a year after Jackson's death. The paparazzi had a huge part in turning the public against him, by constantly photographing him in awkward moments, unflattering angles, and under bad lighting, purposefully trying to make him look like a caricature of himself. Note the use of this photo paints a very clear picture of how media wanted you to interpret the direction of his case. They took out the most unflattering pictures, and sometimes even edited them out to suit their own narratives. Irresponsible and manipulative marketing at its finest, especially when you consider the smiling and sympathizing image they use for Harvey Weinstein. No pictures of Jackson's bruises, no mention of him getting locked in a toilet covered in feces, no mention of abuse in the hands of police. Networks were so obsessed by the Jackson scandal that the terrorist attack in Turkey went almost entirely unreported. Celebrity-oriented news shows saw biggest spike when the Jackson story hit.
Tonight, is that a pajama party? No way. It's Michael Jackson and his entourage showing up over an hour late to court. It's a pajama party, everybody! Grab your pillow!
Does this sound like a media that is interested in covering the case fairly? The media was more interested in why Jackson arrived to the court in pajamas than the cross-examination. They failed to report that he had injured himself due to a sudden fall. Jackson had bruised his spine and coughed blood. Such was the magnitude of the sufferings that he was made to go through.
I was coming out of the shower and I fell, and all my body weight, I'm pretty fragile, all my body weight fell against my rib cage. I bruised my lung very badly. My lung on the right is very much I'm in pain as we speak, and I've been going to court every day in immense pain, in agonizing pain. But what we're looking for is the coughing of blood now, because the doctor said it could be it's still very dangerous as we speak. And if I coughed the blood, he said it's a very dangerous thing.
But from his entrance today, you'd think Jackson was striding into the back door of an auditorium for a sold-out concert instead of the front door of a courthouse. Jackson wore the white of innocence with a jewel-encrusted vest and belt. A flunky with an umbrella kept him in the shade like a virgin bride at a reception.
The media only cared about money and ratings, and not victims. Jackson's fight for his life was presented as some novelty tourist attraction. Dan Abrams discusses traders who were betting on Jackson's conviction, as if the trial is some sort of a betting entertainment for them.
Former Santa Barbara County Sheriff Jim Thomas gave me a tour of the grounds, an exclusive tour, where they're already preparing for the possibility of a high-profile inmate.
Rather than discussing the details of the ongoing trial, they were more interested in knowing the aftermath of the trial. Even before the jury rested its case, the media had already started reporting about the conditions of the jail and how excited they sound just at the mere idea of Michael Jackson being convicted, almost as if they were eagerly waiting for this day since forever.
That they have a cell here ready for him.
Really? They're already prepared?
That they're prepared. That would have a full 24-hour camera so they can watch him 24 hours a day. He would probably wear a two-piece, which is a pair of pants and something like a sweatshirt.
No armband, huh?
No armband. And I can assure you there'd be no deputy sheriff carrying his umbrella.
Yeah.
People wanted to make so much money on watching the great Michael Jackson rise high and then splatter. They wanted the story to have a miserable ending for him. They hoped they would see him in the courtroom in chains, in jail clothes, without makeup, without his hair fixed up, without the clothing he liked to wear. They were looking forward to seeing the final chapter where Michael Jackson gets destroyed.
Had Michael Jackson gone to prison, there would have been a cottage industry in covering suicide watches, family visits, fan visits, prison guards. You could just start to think about all of the hoopla that could have been made on a daily basis about whether Michael Jackson was wearing pajamas or he wasn't, or somebody slipped him something, or he was in the hospital now, or he was on drugs, and Janet went to see him, and it could go on forever.
3, 2, 1. Even though his fans will be with him forever, in the end, the jury just did not believe that Michael Jackson was Peter Pan, that what was going on here behind the gates at Neverland was nothing innocent, that there was nothing normal about a 45-year-old man sleeping with young boys. There were just too many previous allegations to ignore. You had idiots like fans.
Their prejudice against Jackson were so unbelievable that they even pre-recorded the guilty verdict before the verdict was even announced. This is the extent of hatred with which the media was covering the trial.
If Michael Jackson is found guilty and goes to prison, his life is ruined. If Michael Jackson is found innocent, his life is still ruined. He will say it's the media. He will unleash his fans on me again and say it's me. He'll say it's you. He'll say it's Uri Geller, he'll say it's anybody but him. But it really is just him. He is a victim of his own very, very damaged mind.
Las Vegas, the place is up for grabs tonight. Odds 2-1. Jackson will be convicted in 1 to 5 counts. Cha-ching. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Nancy Grace. Thank you for being with us tonight.
I've said many times since the verdicts that the reporting hit the bottom of the barrel. Not with everybody. We had very professional journalists, people I still call journalists, but we also had bottom feeders like Court TV. Diane Diamond from Court TV had been sued by Michael Jackson in the mid-90s, very contentious litigation. Tom Stead and the DA had risen to her defense, signed sworn declarations in her civil case. They stayed in touch for a long time. She really identified herself with a conviction in all of her media work. She was reporting back to Lisa Bloom, the daughter of Gloria Allred, who constantly reports Michael Jackson and tries to get involved in anything he does, even when she has no stake in the matter. And of course, Nancy Grace was the third one on that show. They want to create daily drama, daily conflict, daily excitement, and that's never going to change. Their priorities are ratings and money, and they will do whatever it takes to obtain those priorities.
We thought, who better to send to the Michael Jackson trial to give us a fair and balanced analysis. It's just an analysis of what's happening. Our good friend Triumph, the insult comic guy.
Oh, I think he cried one day on the stand. He cried and he came in his pajamas and then... He came in his pajamas? You've got the hair and the clothes. You've even got the same vagina. None of us can really know if Michael Jackson is innocent or guilty. But there is one thing we do know. He's guilty.
While Jackson was fighting for his life, the media and some comedy shows made their living by mocking and ridiculing a black man on television, only for TRP and ratings. KFI radio talk show host came to the front of the courthouse with private security guards carrying a box of mushrooms in bags with a sketch attached to them of Jackson's genitalia. This was supposedly the sketch drawn by first accuser Jordy Chandler in 1993. He gave a description of Jackson's genitalia to police department that became a piece of evidence that was sealed in a law. Many claim that the description matched. But had it matched, Jackson would have been arrested right away.
No thanks. You want to look at it? Yeah, I want to. You want to ask me why we're handing out mushrooms? No? Want to see? That's the Jordy Chandler sketch of Michael Jackson's private there. See? That resembles a mushroom. See that? Now you want it, don't you? Huh? Sure, you can even eat it. It's hallucinogenic.
The prosecution should have subpoenaed the 1993 boy, and his drawings of Jackson's genitals, which were the smoking gun in that case, never came in.
Now, my understanding is the prosecutors tried to get him to show up, and he wouldn't. If he had, I had witnesses who were going to come in and say he told them it never happened, and that he would never talk to his parents again for what they made him say. And it turned out he had gone into court and gotten legal emancipation from his parents. His mother testified that she hadn't talked to him in 11 years.
The racist Jimmy Kimmel Show had a Michael Jackson fan impersonator at the courthouse. He thought it would be fun to invite kids into the Michael Jackson bouncer.
I've been bouncing all day with all these kids. Look, I caught a bunch of kids. This is all for you, Michael.
Right.
I've got a bunch of kids. This is all for you, Michael. The sheer audacity to even make such obscene comments disguised as jokes on television. How obnoxious would you have to be kidding about catching kids for Jackson to abuse while supposedly advocating for his victims? This is the same Jimmy Kimmel who forced two boys to kiss each other. This is the same Kimmel who in the past has mocked black people several times and who himself has been rumored to have links with pedophilia.
Hey, well, don't please release them when Michael gets out. Yeah, now, Jake.
I'm not making any promises.
Okay, Jake. So are you going to be bouncing until they deliver a verdict?
I'm hoping to if my T5 vertebrae holds.
What's he like?
What's he like? He's a good guy.
Is he a good guy?
Yeah.
Show me where he touched you. Nothing ever like that? No nonsense, no shenanigans? But he's a weird guy, you have to admit.
Think about it yourself. If they really stood for victims of child sexual abuse, would they be joking about it? The only reason these media personalities had the need to crack distasteful jokes on such a serious issue is because they knew well themselves that the ongoing case was not only false, but absolutely bogus, and hence was a perfect way to garner views and ratings for their comedy shows and make money out of it without any consequences. There is no way to know precisely how much money the media wasted on the dehumanization and slander of Jackson. Probably millions. While the prosecution both in 1993 and 2005 struggled to find credible corroborating victims and witnesses in support of their case against Jackson, much of the media, instead of reporting impartial and factual events, they corrupted the legal proceedings by offering monetary rewards to people who were willing to make up slanderous lies about Jackson and his relationship with children. In 1993, Ron Newt was contacted by National Enquirer, who offered him $200,000 to say that in the 1980s, his then 11-year-old twin boys had been molested or improperly touched by Jackson.
I said, I'm here to help Michael. Oh, he said, oh, no, that ain't what we want with you. We heard that your boy spent nights at the house. We want to know if Michael tampered with him. I just picked him up or touched him in any kind of way. If he did, we got $200,000 for you. She said, you said, what I'm going to do? I'm going to draw a check up, a contract up, and I'm going to show you for to give you $200,000.
So they want to pay you $200,000 to say that Michael Jackson molested your kids?
Yeah, just touched him or whatever. Molested, touched him or anything.
He said, say he grabbed you on the butt. Say he grabbed you and touched you in any kind of way. He told us he took all these people down. Now he was going to take Michael down. That he would really destroy him. He told us he took all these other famous people down. All the major people that had scandals against them. He said, we take these people down. That's what we do. My dad said, these dudes are offering this money to take Michael Jackson down. And the guy said, say he touched you. All you have to do is say it. But you might have to take the stand. You might have to go on Oprah in front of all these people. You have to be prepared for this thing. Just say it. And we'll give you money. Recently, in March 2019, Newt was approached by people connected to Oprah to lie about Jackson. He refused, and was due to go on Tariq Nasheed's radio show, where he was to talk about how it was guys related to Oprah that were wanting to set Michael up. Unfortunately, 2 days after he refused, and on his way to meet Derek, he mysteriously died. No prior health issue, nothing.
Ron was recently offered more money from people connected with Oprah to tell more lies on Michael. Yesterday, Ron mysteriously died.
You don't think that for the interviews that they're doing, they're not getting paid? Because I've been offered 6 figures already for an interview, and I turned them all down. I told them to go fuck themselves.
In 1993, Jackson's cousin Tim Whitehead was offered a $100,000 to say that Jackson was gay. Actor Alfonso Ribeiro, who as a child artist appeared in the Pepsi commercial with Jackson, revealed that his father was offered $100,000 to say anything negative about Jackson. With the mainstream media ignoring the most important facts of the case, there's no doubt that Jackson was a victim of false allegations, and plenty of kids and parents tried to sue him for money, for which one was even caught on camera. A kid accused Jackson of molestation, only to be revealed that the kid had not even met Jackson.
You planted all this stuff in this kid's head.
I didn't plant it in his head. He was asking questions. I answered them the best I can. I told him what I could tell about the place. Because I want Michael to face it.
So this kid is a A1, number 1 liar.
Professional.
Rodney Allen, the man who coached the kid to accuse Jackson, turned out to be a pedophile himself, who was later convicted and put behind bars in Canada. An 18-year-old Daniel Capon, with his mother, contacted the police, accusing Jackson of sexually abusing him when he was a child. They were represented by Gloria Allred, the same attorney that was hired by Chandler's in 1993. They filed a civil lawsuit against Jackson, but later the boy's father revealed that the boy never even met Michael Jackson. Not only that, the boy even sued Jackson, accusing him of stealing songs from him. including the ones in the Bad album that was released in 1987, when Capon was no more than 2 years old.
The Jackson story is the biggest story at the time. It was front page news on every English paper.
We will fly stories. We will take a shred of fact and go with it like a great footballer with a ball. We will spin down the field with that and try and score a goal with it. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But we'll take a shred of evidence and try and turn it into a story.
I cannot think of a story that's bigger. I mean, this is a story, if not of the decade, or certainly of the decade, but probably of one of the great stories of the century. When you buy a story, there's always this shadow of doubt that are they telling you the truth, or are they telling you what you want to hear?
It all boils down to cash. And you'll now have housekeepers go to work for celebrities who keep diaries and who take pictures and who make a living out of this.
We have maids, and we have housekeepers, and we have chauffeurs, and we have personal managers. And if you look in trade papers in Hollywood, you will see ads. Do you know a lot about the stars? Is there something about your job or the people you know that makes you an expert on show business? If so, we'd like to talk to you.
The problem was people around him. Poor Michael Jackson has always attracted just a large number of just very disingenuous types who would try to ingratiate themselves with him, try to make him think they were his friend, and then turn on him in some way. Well, what happens with celebrities so often is this. People want to be around them, and they try to create a need for themselves. What they try to do is keep the celebrity off balance, insecure, terrified, scared. They create their need, and they don't want that need to be fulfilled or they won't be needed anymore. So basically they're constantly trying to get their 2 cents in to keep the celebrity off balance, scared, and create a reason why they should be there. And Michael was probably the biggest target of that I've ever seen.
Suing celebrities and dragging them with lawsuits has always been a facile path to make millions. Jackson was a walking cash machine for many. His name alone could earn fortunes. As Tom Mezzaro had perfectly said, why work when you can sue Michael Jackson? Jackson's makeup artist Karen Faye had revealed that he had an average of 1,500 lawsuits going on all the time. People constantly were making all sorts of false claims such as fake paternity, accusing him of stealing their music, etc. Most just wanted to meet him. The prosecution did not shy away from using former Neverland employees, who Jackson fired, and who were previously paid money by tabloids. Blanca Francia, Ralph Jackin, Adrian McManus, Casey Mabdul, all admitted on the stand that they were paid money by the tabloid media. Philip Lamarck also admitted to have asked tabloids for $100,000, and then $500,000 for his story.
Many of them sold their stories to supermarket tabloids and tabloid television. 2, as I mentioned, were involved in a losing lawsuit against Jackson. Others, Bob Jones writing a book. Others have changed their stories demonstrably.
A group of former Neverland employees, notoriously known as Neverland 5, were fired from Neverland in the 90s, 2 of them for stealing from Jackson's property.
It's Michael Jackson's lead attorney, Tom Mezzaro, devastated this witness's credibility. He established that this witness had sued Michael Jackson for wrongful termination. And after the longest jury trial in Santa Maria's history, the history of this county, lost that lawsuit and had a judgment filed against him for $1.47 million. And that the witness, Mr. Chacon, who was the litigant in that case, had to stipulate and agree that he personally had acted with fraud, oppression, and malice against Mr. Jackson. The jury determined both had stolen from Jackson.
They filed a civil lawsuit for $16 million against Jackson, citing wrongful termination, which they lost, and were not only sanctioned $66,000 for lying under oath and hiding evidence, but were also ordered to compensate Jackson and pay $1.47 million as his legal expenses. But Michael Jackson, being a generous soul, felt sorry for these rascals and waived the right to them for a symbolic $1. The only thing Jackson wanted for himself was justice and return of the money spent on his defense. However, he didn't receive a single cent as none of them paid. What they did instead was going to the 2005 trial and taking their revenge on Jackson.
Do you still owe the Jackson estate money?
I probably do, but Michael's dead now,
You were ordered to pay legal fees. initially?
Yeah, for breach of contract, for suing Mr. Jackson.
Which was what, 1.6 million?
It was probably, yeah.
Just to refresh your memory.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
The sheriff hasn't come knocking at the door yet?
No.
And you hope they don't?
Well, they do.
Adrian McManus has a proven history of profiting off of Jackson by way of theft and lying. Francine Orozco, another former employee, testified that McManus asked her to lie and say that she witnessed a male employee sexually harass McManus. She once visited McManus at home, and McManus showed her a room filled with watches, posters, clocks, sunglasses, t-shirts, and laundry baskets filled with Jackson's clothes and other items that she stole from Neverland, for which she was fired by Jackson. It was also found that McManus stole a drawing of Elvis Presley that Jackson made and sold it for $1,000 to tabloids. She even sold Jackson's hair and Neverland main bedroom keys on eBay. Adrian McManus and Abdul gave a sworn declaration and signed a statement respectively to police in 1993, claiming to have witnessed no wrongdoing, but changed their versions after getting fired. Ralph Jackson owed money on child support and was missing payments on his rent, and had bragged to his landlady that with a lawsuit against Jackson he would win millions, and would even be able to drive around in a 450 Mercedes.
Chris Carter was Michael Jackson's own security guard, and Carter himself told the grand jury he was with Jackson 24 hours a day, and that Carter was the only witness besides the accuser's brother and sister who says he saw Jackson giving the accuser alcohol. But making it to the witness box in the Jackson trial is now a long shot, because Carter is in a Las Vegas jail, charged with robbing a Jack-in-the-Box and allegedly kidnapping a woman in the restaurant at gunpoint.
Bob Jones, Jackson's former public relations man, wrote a sensationalist book. On the stand, he admitted to have included salacious story about Jordan Chandler and Jackson to make money because he was broke. Leroy Thomas, Morris Williams, Donald Starks, Fred Hammond, and Aaron White, a group of Jackson's former bodyguards, infamously known as the Havenhurst Five, went to Diane Diamond's televised news program Hard Copy in 1993 and claimed they were fired because they knew too much. They never reported to authorities, and in fact, in depositions given to the police, they admitted they never saw anything inappropriate.
They put on 3 guards who had worked at Neverland to say they saw these 3 people molested. One of them, Macaulay Culkin, okay, the actor, all right? Now, those 3 guards had sued Michael Jackson, claiming that he wrongfully terminated them. He had cross-complained, saying that they had stolen property from him. It was the longest civil trial in the history of Santa Maria. They lost their case. Jackson won his cross-complaint. He had $1 million judgment against all of them. There were judicial findings of fraud against all of them. They had gone to the tabloids and sold stories, and the 3 people they say they saw molested, they were my first 3 witnesses. They came in and said they were never touched.
They were planning to file a $10 million lawsuit against Jackson, alleging wrongful termination of their jobs, but their lawsuit was thrown out of court in 1995. Also, none of the above went to the authorities. Instead, they went to tabloids and sold their story for thousands of dollars. Also keep in mind, there were hundreds of workers and children at Neverland, yet only a handful with zero credibility came out alleging inappropriate things.
And we've had one witness who just sort of said, all right, I lied about everything.
Well, hold on a second. Freeze it right there. You've got someone in a court of law saying they've lied about everything previously under oath. What is the consequence for somebody who does that? None. So you can march into the courthouse now and lie, or say you've lied in previous depositions, and there's no consequence?
Well, former employees get up on the stand, and they say he told the most outrageous story. And it was so graphic, and of course everybody went running outside to tell, to report on it. When Tom Mesereau got up and cross-examined this guy and obliterated him.
We didn't hear that, Roger. We didn't hear how he was obliterated. Out here, where Michael Jackson is being literally crucified, the nails have gone into both hands at this point, and the crown is on.
When when he was asked, he suddenly could not remember when anything happened, where it happened, how it happened. This man was lying, that he had done all this for money, that he had sold his story to tabloids. He couldn't remember the fact that he had been one of 5 people who'd sued Michael Jackson in 1995 and lost, owed him now $1.6 million.
Hold on a second. Sneddon is calling witnesses who owe Michael Jackson money.
4 witnesses, 5 people. They lost their case. It drove 4 of the 5 of them into bankruptcy. A lot of people who come on the stand and say, look, there are a lot of 12-year-old boys roaming around Neverland. They spend time in Michael Jackson's room. But that's all. That's all anybody really knows. Whether anything else has happened beyond that has been sort of disproved in every cross-examination.
Because you are hearing a lot of this, that Michael Jackson is finished, this is devastating, how could all these people be lying? The question is, maybe they are all lying. Why isn't that a possibility?
Well, I've never seen so many witnesses provide so much salacious, disturbing testimony, and I've never seen so many witnesses crumble so quickly under cross-examination. I'll probably never see it again. I mean, it almost became a circus. People would get on that stand and say they'd seen the most horrific things on the planet. There would be just a heavy atmosphere in the courtroom. So you could almost cut the silence with a knife after they were finished. And on cross-examination, they would just splatter.
Another couple, Stella and Philippe Lamarck, would emerge as key witnesses in the Jackson investigation. This French couple worked for Jackson for 2 years, until 1991. When the scandal broke, they turned to their friend, Paul Baresi, a former porn star who claimed he'd once made $100,000 selling a story to the Inquirer.
My interest in helping them was that they promised me a percentage of what they got. I was not on any kind of crusade to bring anyone to justice, and whether Michael was guilty or innocent at that point was inconsequential. My interest was strictly for the money, as was their interest too, I might add.
So you have, say, Australia will say we got $20,000. For them, it's quite a cheap story. I mean, they've got a cracking story for $20,000. But that's not enough alone to tempt someone like the Lamarcks to sell their story. So then you go to Germany, you get another $20,000. You go to Italy, another $20,000. Before you know it, you're up at $200,000, and that is enough for a family to come forward and talk. A lot of people who claim to have witnessed Jackson doing this, that, or the other, they weren't going to the police first. Their main interest was money, and they would come to journalists who could give them money.
The first time I heard the story about Jackson, his hand was outside the kid's pants. They were asking $100,000. As soon as their price went up to $500,000, the hand went inside the pants. So, come on.
The second great wave in the Jackson scandal. Former employees who tell their stories.
Michael Jackson's former housekeepers lift the lid on what they say was life at the Neverland Ranch.
The Kindoys at first wanted $900,000. Where they got that figure, I have no idea. It came down to $500,000.
They're 2 people I would not trust at all, and I think that they really have gone to town to do Michael Jackson down for the mighty dollar. Now they see money again being offered around and they want some more.
I swear I saw MJ fondling the little kid, like his hands traveling from the kid's face, his thighs, legs, around his body.
News of the World gave its tapes to the police, who only then put 2 cops on a plane to Manila. Maybe these servant stories were true, but which version? And what would a courtroom lawyer do with a story which, for 2 years or more, was withheld from the law, while it was teased and touted, edited, rewritten, and finally turned to cash? In the end, the DA concluded the Kindoys and Lamarcks were both useless as witnesses.
I'd see the undergarment of the child lying on the bed or on the floor. I saw the child naked.
Well, if they're lying, they should be afraid, because they're going to be in big trouble if they're not telling the truth.
In the tabloids, it doesn't matter if it's true. If you got someone to say it's true, everybody's happy.
This was a multi-dollar business for the media. They took every former employee's testimony at face value and marked them as credible, when in reality, their stories kept changing for money. The 2003 to 2005 period, which culminated in the trial, saw the tarnishing of Jackson's image escalate to levels never seen before. From the pictures published on magazines to the continuous mocking on television, it felt as if he couldn't take a single step without being harshly criticized. The media certainly taught the public what to think and feel about Jackson, and how to respond to any news about him. To be disgusted, proclaim guilty, call him a freak, call him wacko jacko, strip him from his ethnicity, and call him a white man. The lead prosecutor, Tom Sneddon, had a very corrupt history. There was a long list of people who made allegations against him, involving unreasonable search, false arrests, excessive force, malicious prosecution, conspiracy to violate civil rights, negligence, battery, abuse of power, and other charges. A Judge, Diana Hall, refused to change her ruling in favor of Sneddon. He then brought bogus allegations against her, ruined her career, and humiliated her by making it public that she was a lesbian. This was the same district attorney, Tom Sneddon, who failed to convict Jackson in 1993. As a result, he became obsessed with convicting Jackson, so much so that he tried to plant false evidence against Jackson in court.
You cannot falsify evidence and then just say, oh, we lost the case. No. He had that boy put his fingerprints on the magazine at the grand jury. And the reason we know that, because the alert Tom Mesereau, the defense attorney, got the grand jury transcript. And one of the grand jurors said, shouldn't that boy be wearing gloves? Then after the grand jury, they sent it out for fingerprints analysis. So where did the boy get his fingerprint on the magazine when the boy testified he hadn't even been at Neverland for months when that magazine was published? Tom Sneddon be indicted for falsifying evidence in the Michael Jackson trial. And I was a witness. I was right there in the courtroom, watched him get caught, false fingerprints evidence, the phone evidence that they tried to create to say there was conspiracy and all these phone charges, half a day on that. This guy literally falsified evidence, and it's on the record. And there's millions of Jackson fans hate Santa Barbara County.
Yeah. See, I'm not aware of any of this stuff.
And the jury looked at all this false evidence and said, there's no way we can convict this guy. We got a pile of crap from Tom Sneddon. But this thing, what he did to Michael Jackson, was so beyond the pale of forgiveness. I believe Tom Sneddon should be serving time in prison.
As usual, the media overlooked this questionable and illegal activity on the part of prosecution.
He just came across like he was just trying to do anything he could to persuade us to look at things his way regardless of the evidence. But he just wanted, it's almost like he had a vendetta against him. And one way or another, I'm going to get you before I retire.
I think they got too emotionally invested in the case. I think Tom Sneddon seemed gleeful. He took a little too much pleasure in dishing out misery to Michael Jackson. That to me was the biggest tell of all. It sent the message that this is more than somebody who's probably committed a crime and I'm going to prosecute him. There was, again, such an eagerness to dish out some bad stuff to Michael Jackson.
Almost all of their witnesses were crooks, procured and paid, who fell apart in court. The prosecutorial corruption was extensive. They illegally raided the defense personal investigator, illegally seized defense files in another raid, illegally breached the Neverland search warrant, then kept changing their case to circumvent the defense. They sent squads of armed police officers to the homes of potential defense witnesses, including vulnerable women, to try to frighten them away from the case. Meanwhile, someone with access kept leaking prosecution documents to the media to taint the jury pool. Thambia Sundaram, who operated a non-profit dental clinic in the Santa Barbara County, made serious allegations of a pattern of abuses among Santa Barbara law enforcement and the DA's office, including Tom Sneddon. He stated, when the city officials were unable to shut down his clinic in 1996, he was arrested on multiple counts with his wife and employee. Sundaram then sued Sneddon for conspiracy, false imprisonment, and other violations of his civil rights, for which he received $300,000 in damages. According to Sundaram, he attended a fundraising event in 1994 with Tom Sneddon and other government officials, where plans to get rid of individuals in Santa Barbara, who owned substantial amounts of land, were discussed. Racist remarks were allegedly made on that occasion. Jackson's property was allegedly brought up during the conversation, and ways to get Jackson out of the county were discussed, in order to acquire his Neverland ranch for vineyards. Other alleged vendettas were discussed as well, to the extent where he said it resembled a mafia planning session.
This is beyond just a lynching and a railroad job. This is like a corporate conspiracy that has hijacked our prosecutorial team of Santa Barbara District Attorney's Office to make sure that Michael Jackson is bankrupt.
I've told the police. In fact, if anybody wants to go back to 1993 when I was interviewed by the Santa Barbara Police Department, I sat there and I gave them the names. They're on record. They have all of this information, but they were scanning Michael Jackson. All they cared about was trying to find something on Michael Jackson.
Who you said, by the way, did not abuse you.
Who Michael was innocent, and that was what the interview was about with the police in 1993. I told them he is not that guy, and they said, well, maybe you just don't understand your friend. And I said, no, I know the difference between pedophiles and somebody who's not a pedophile because I've been molested. Here's the names. Go investigate.
You said that there was one gentleman in the industry who did not take advantage of you. He was not a pedophile. You said it was Michael Jackson.
Of all people, I'm saying that there are people that were the people that did this to both me and Corey that are still working, they're still out there, and they're some of the richest, most powerful people in this business.
And they are.
And they do not want me saying what I'm saying right now.
Are you saying that they're pedophiles?
Yes.
And that they're still in this business?
Yes.
That's what. Yeah, and that's what you're saying in your book. When you talk to when you talk to
They don't
parents,
want me here right now. Trust
Corey,
me. They want me dead.
there are a lot of parents out here who want to put their kids in this business. Their kids are cute, they're great actors. Da, da, da. What would you say to a parent who just has the best of intentions, who's coming here with their child? If you're saying that there's a lot of predators in this industry.
It's a many-feathered bird, okay? Be careful what you wish for. That's what I'll tell you. You know, don't go into it with naivety. Don't go into it thinking that it's all roses and sunglasses.
You're damaging an entire industry.
You're
damaging an entire industry.
Barbara Walters is the same woman who actively spent years to get Jackson convicted in the court of public opinion, and to bring justice to his so-called victims. But scolded Corey Feldman, who has been a victim of Hollywood pedophilia for years, and has been warning the public of the real side of Hollywood. She's the same woman who went to high-profile parties while getting herself clicked with Ghislaine Maxwell, a madam who worked for Jeffrey Epstein, who ran a sex trafficking ring, and traded young girls to the elite Hollywood pedophiles. This depicts how hypocritical the American journalists are. They have been using Jackson as a scapegoat to protect the real predators of Hollywood. Ever wondered why we didn't get to hear anything about known and convicted pedophiles in Hollywood? Why Weinstein's actions were not covered in media? Why Hollywood was busy celebrating convicted pedophiles like Roman Polanski, but dragged a vindicated black man?
Old and somebody, which I was trying to say this to my friends who had children, you're 7 years old and someone is stroking your penis. It feels good. Even though you don't have a name for what that is, it feels good.
Ever wondered why we never hear of any allegations against Oprah in the media? Whether it's her father getting accused of assault, or her school in Africa for being in the light in relation to child trafficking, or her silence on her best friend Harvey Weinstein, or John of God, whom she had even promoted. You will never hear stories that demeans her reputation, even if they're true. That's the treatment a black person in America gets when they follow the rules, and not go out of their league to expose the people in power. Something that Jackson never did, for which he had to pay the price throughout his life. The media was certainly disgusted that a black man owned half of the music industry. The media was angry that a black man won the hearts of every race, every age, every demographic, globally. The media was repulsed that a black man had more success and money than their white idols.
It's all up to the jury now. Deliberations in the Michael Jackson trial have finally...
Jury arrived here about 45 minutes ago. They've been deliberating now for the past 35 minutes.
12 hours, 45 minutes and counting. The jury's been deliberating almost 24 hours. Still no verdict, but it is
less than 1 hour. We are supposed to find out the fate of
The
Michael
jury
Jackson.
has reached a verdict in that Santa Maria courthouse. And now the jury in the Michael Jackson case has reached a verdict. Within the hour... Crow later, but I'm going to go out there. Guilty on the molestation counts. Everything else after that, gravy for the crop. I'm saying a guilty verdict.
This was a...
And I will eat crow if they don't get this guy on something. I absolutely think they're going to convict on child molestation. I think there's going to be a conviction on the molestation, Kimmy.
I think you're right, and we may be having crow pie together.
They're going to turn here and then take a right into the courthouse, and they have 4 SUVs. Presumably a good portion of the Jackson family will be with Michael Jackson as he steps out and walks in to hear his fate.
Of the courtroom clerk reading the verdicts. It's coming in now. Momentarily, we go there live.
And now the courtroom.
Count 1, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of conspiracy. Count 2, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of a lewd act upon a minor child. Count 3, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of a lewd act upon a minor child. Count 4, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of lewd act upon a minor child. Count 5, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of a lewd act upon a minor child. Count 6, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of attempting to commit a lewd act upon a minor child. Count 7, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of administering an intoxicating agent to assist. Count 7, verdict, lesser offense. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of providing alcoholic beverages to persons under the age of 21. Count 8, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of administering an intoxicating agent to assist in the commission. Count 8, verdict, lesser offense. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of providing alcoholic beverages to persons under the age of 21. Count 9, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of administering an intoxicating agent. Count 9, verdict, lesser offense. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of providing alcoholic beverages. Count 10, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of administering an intoxicating agent. Count 10, verdict, lesser offense. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of providing alcoholic beverages to persons under the age of 21.
Michael Jackson not guilty of child molestation. Michael Jackson not guilty of handing alcohol to a minor. Michael Jackson not guilty on every single count.
Not guilty on all 10 counts.
Michael Jackson now officially not guilty.
マイケル・ジャクソン被告の裁判で
And 14 times, a total of 14. Not guilty on all counts. Not guilty on all counts.
Not guilty of child molestation.
He is not guilty. 10 times he's not guilty.
The accuser's mother could not be believed, and her kids who accused Jackson of child molestation could not be trusted either.
We saw these witnesses. For the most part, they were horrific witnesses, in my opinion.
Tom Sneddon did not have a case, and yet he prosecuted Michael Jackson. Had it been anyone else, Michael Jackson or that other person would not have been a court.
I can't say there was anything that convinced me to say guilty, ever.
The evidence in the case, they had nothing. They had absolutely nothing.
This was a setup. It never would have been brought if it was in any other county. Tom Sneddon has had this grudge for 13 years.
This piece of garbage called The People versus Michael Jackson to a grand jury. It was presented and the state paid the price.
There was nothing in that closet that was able to convince any of us of the alleged crime.
I went in there with the courage to convict a celebrity because I really believe in doing what's right. And witness after witness, I was more convinced of the innocence.
The non-African American jury. Right. No one can look back and say that this was another O.J. racially motivated verdict.
This is a jury in a very, very conservative part of California, a jury that by all markings look like a pro-prosecution jury. And if this jury had no doubt, none of us should have any doubt whatsoever.
Thank God Michael is vindicated for all time. Now maybe people will leave him alone.
Michael Jackson walks away a free man, acquitted on all counts.
An important day in Michael Jackson's life. He hugged his mother, he hugged his father, he gave all of his brothers and sisters a kiss, and he saw his children, who are the most important thing in the world.
He started to cry more and more. With each not guilty, there were more tears. At one point, he even put both hands to his eyes to stop the flow. Their lawyer for Michael Jackson lost it. When she lost it, I lost it. Because she was so, throughout the whole trial, she would look at the witnesses, not move. She would just stare at them the whole time. She never slept. And she was always so alert and everything. And then to see, my gosh, her emotions just come pouring out. That was just,
He looked over at us. In fact, I made eye contact with him when the last part of the verdict was read. And he kind of just mouthed. He didn't openly say it, but he just kind of like said, you know.
And there were some tears, I think.
Yeah, he was crying.
You could tell
he was crying.
Sobbing a little bit.
Here he is, Michael Jackson is walking out of the courtroom right now. We see him. There's a little bit of a smile there. I suppose he's as stunned as a lot of other people are, surrounded by his father and his sister and other family members walking out. No visible emotion there, Jeffrey. Did you see some visible emotion on his face?
Not at that moment. He did look stunned and exhausted.
In addition to 70 sheriffs who went out to get Michael, the amount of evidence we had in this case was bigger than any huge federal case you can even get. And for us, handling Michael's case was handling like 100 cases all at once.
Sending 70 sheriffs to raid Michael Jackson's home in a search, it was putting more experts, more sheriffs, and more investigators on this case than they do with serial killers.
Replay this back if there's a not guilty verdict, and you can all have the last laugh. And I will eat crow. I may have to eat crow later.
We may be having crow pie together.
Well, I'm having a crow sandwich right now. It doesn't taste very good. And for everybody that's been watching the case, as we go to break, I'm having a little crow sandwich on the set tonight, and it's not going to taste good.
Are you sure? Are you sure that this
gigantically renowned guy walking in a room had no influence at all.
Even after the acquittal, the media didn't accept the not guilty verdict and went on to accuse jurors of being biased, starstruck fans. It's conceivable as to why they never accepted the verdict, as their dream of a billion-dollar industry had crumbled and came crashing down. Jackson's acquittal was their loss, and even after a clear not guilty verdict, their propaganda against the vindicated man never saw an end, which continues even to this day. Media analyst Tim Rattle said, "So what happened when Jackson was acquitted on all counts? Red faces, second thoughts, a little soul-searching perhaps, maybe one expression of regret for the rush to judgment? Nah, the reaction instead was rage, liberally laced with contempt, and the odd puzzled expression. Its targets were the jurors." On Fox News, Wendy Murphy labeled Jackson the Teflon molester, and that the jurors needed an IQ test. She further added, "I really think it's the celebrity factor, not the evidence. I don't think the jurors even understood how influenced they were by who Michael Jackson is. They basically put targets on the back of all, especially highly vulnerable kids that will now come into Michael Jackson's life." Lauren Cayley went particularly low. "Don't forget the kids still at risk, Jacko's own." She called Jackson a sad, sick loser who uses his fame and money to dazzle the parents of children he takes a shine to. The Washington Post commented, "An acquittal doesn't clear his name, it only muddies the water." Both the New York Post and New York Daily News ran with the snide headlines. "Boy oh boy." Diane Diamond said, "He walked out of court a free man, not guilty on all counts, but Michael Jackson is so much more than free. He now has carte blanche to live his life any way he wants, with whomever he wants, because who would ever try to prosecute Michael Jackson now?" According to Nancy Grace, Jackson was not guilty by reason of celebrity. In the British newspaper The Sun, Jane Moore said, "If the jury agree that Janet Harvizo is a bad mum, and she is, how did they let Jackson off?" She added, "Michael Jackson is innocent. Justice has been done, or so the Looney Tunes gathered outside the courthouse would have us believe." She went on to question the jurors' mental capacity and dismiss the American legal system as half-baked. Some even went to greater extent to discuss his race and openly make a mockery out of it. Racist journalist Tucker Carlson says, "Which race? He spent 20 years trying to be whiter, gets indicted, all of a sudden he's black with Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton." Another one says, "He had a jury of his peers, middle-aged white women." Remember, majority of these news channels were liberal channels, who presented themselves as vocal advocates for black people, but their inner racists couldn't hold back when it came to Michael Jackson.
After he was exonerated, everybody just went on to the next story. It was like Natalie Holloway was the next story. It was like, oh, okay, he got exonerated. And the next story is, Holloway is missing in Aruba. Wait, so no one's going to say anything about why he was exonerated or whether it was true? Or
when they came out and said innocent, 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 a lot of people were disappointed.
Media was disappointed.
Yeah, because that wasn't the story they wanted to run.
I think a lot of people in the media were very embarrassed and humiliated by the acquittals. They were predicting that he would be convicted. They were almost salivating about him being hauled off to jail. The build-up to his being sentenced to state prison would have been big ratings for them. And I think when he was completely exonerated with 14 not guilties, I think they were just embarrassed. I don't think they quite knew what to do.
No one said, "Oh my goodness, we're sorry. We reported all the wrong things. Let's make the record straight now." No. In fact, they ignored the not guilty verdicts, and the paparazzi went right into, "Oh, we think he might have molested another boy," or, "Wow, somebody else came out of the woodwork."
The media worldwide were out to get Michael Jackson. The money was in a conviction. Berry Gordy, who founded Motown, told me after the acquittals that you cost the worldwide media billions by those not guilty verdicts, because the kind of copy that his being convicted, remanded to jail, the build-up to a sentencing, which would have been the biggest sentencing in world history, was something they wanted. You know, this was big, big business. They were doing everything they could to spin a conviction.
The trial was ludicrous, and the fact that the media wouldn't let up and that the public never saw the truth. Oh, that was told, oh, a positive book about Michael Jackson? No, we don't want it.
You want to write a pro-Jackson book? No, we're not doing it.
An innocent man. The $4 million trial is over, and Michael Jackson is free.
All accounts, back home at Neverland, a free man tonight. Michael Jackson is not just free on bail. Michael Jackson is free.
Jackson will be walking out of this courtroom a free man.
Free man, fully vindicated.
Jackson is a free man.
Surely he was free, but did he really survive? Little did the media know, or report, that Jackson was brought to the hospital immediately after the verdict was read. Everyone who followed the trial saw what a horrifying toll it took on Jackson's physical and emotional health. He was skewered alive by everyone, for their own greedy reasons. The media treated Jackson like a prop in a sideshow act. They didn't care about him, his children, his family, his friends. They knew the Arvizos were full of shit, but they didn't care. They could report the facts, but they simply refused to do so. Same one said that Jackson's deteriorated health was an act, and that he would moonwalk out on the acquittal. But the truth is, he never really coped up with the trauma.
What toll do you believe that trial took on Michael?
I think it killed him. I think the trial killed him. You could see him shrinking during the trial physically. When it was over, he called me. And he finally called me after it was all over to thank me for being fair to him, because nobody else was. They all were out to get him in one way or another. And I said to him, Michael, how was the trial for you? And he said it was the hardest thing I ever did in my life. And that was true. Michael was a very sensitive and gentle soul, and he was not up to this. He became ill over and over again.
As the trial got closer and closer, he became more paranoid, more frightened. I mean, it is a frightening prospect when every time you turn on the television, think about it, someone is saying you're going to go to jail for 20 or 30 years and good riddance, and he's sick and he's a pervert and all the rest of it. I would often be with him and watch with my own eyes when he would retreat into a fetal position. He would crunch himself up in the corner of a couch. He would be in a room. This is not when the children were around, obviously. He would be in a room where the blinds were drawn and no sunlight was coming in. And he would cover his ears in the way children sometimes do when they don't want to hear a parent tell them they can do it or can't do it or something. And I found the only way to, when he behaved like that, was to be a parent and to be stern with him and tell him, you know, you've got to man up here.
I mean, if you put all these accusations together, they were saying he was a monster. And you take an extraordinarily sensitive, gifted, vulnerable person like that and make him sit there 5 days a week for 5 months, not to mention the stressful build-up to the trial, where the media coverage was terrible. And you know, every day he knows if these strangers choose to believe the prosecutors and the police, you know, I'm probably going to die in a California state prison. You know, as we all know, on verdict day, he just looked horrible. He looked like his cheeks were sunken in, that, you know, he hadn't slept for days. He looked very, very haggard and paralyzed with fear. He was exhausted. He was just, he had trouble even walking.
This was a trial that, in essence, was a life and death situation for Michael Jackson, something from which he may never have recovered. And in fact, let's face it, he didn't recover. He died trying. He died trying. He was split. The trial broke his spirit.
The dozens of agencies investigating him left no stone unturned, while the press bullied him, tormented him, and dehumanized him pitilessly. Being arrested, being handcuffed high on his arms, dislocating his shoulder, locking him in a toilet full of feces, being publicly shamed, and his mugshot slapped on every newspaper. This was the treatment the most famous person on this planet received. He was verbally, mentally, and physically abused. Yet some people think he got a lesser punishment. Yet some believe that a black man in America, accused of molestation, investigated by dozens of agencies, racist, hateful police and DAs, brutally prosecuted, his accuser testifying with an all-white conservative jury, somehow got away with decades of molestation. They did everything possible to get this man behind bars. Yet people think he got off easy, thinking he got off for being so powerful and rich, yet he couldn't buy off the media. The FBI released files in 2016 that proved even further of his innocence.
Michael Jackson was one of the most famous people on the planet. It turns out he was also the target of intensive FBI scrutiny.
It was just one of the revelations from newly released FBI files.
Very interesting, Robin, and all of these pages, hundreds of pages, many hours of investigation, going to the Philippines, going to Chicago, going all over the country. There's not one scrap of evidence that Michael Jackson ever harmed a child, did anything wrong, committed any crime. It's almost a vindication when you look at this. The FBI looked at all of these matters and said, there's nothing here, and I think that's the most startling thing which I've seen.
Jackson brought many people so much joy, but in his case, clearly fame had a darker side.
For 15 years, Michael Jackson was literally the most police-investigated person of the 20th century. Over 100 police from LAPD, NYPD, Santa Barbara PD, FBI, DA, Sheriff's Department, all had him under a microscope. He was the most bullied person in history. Bullied by the police, bullied by the media, bullied by the public, bullied by lawyers, bullied by ex-employers, bullied by ex-friends, bullied by music labels, and more. And yet he still saw the goodness in the world. Even though he was acquitted on all counts, but the allegations broke him from within. The trial had left him so devastated that he visited Neverland never again. That's what they wanted, and they sadly succeeded. He left America and went on to live in Bahrain for years. His own country had put him down from all possible ways.
He went to the Persian Gulf for a time and became more reclusive and more suspicious.
Is he going to come back to working?
I don't think so, except maybe in Europe.
You don't think he'll ever live in the United States again?
Well, really, why should he? He's been treated like dirt here. Dirt here.
Neverland is me, you know. It represents the totality of who I am. It really does. I love Neverland.
Neverland was once a paradise, from which an innocent black man was evicted by destructive police officers through evil accusations and house searches. Michael was Neverland. This connection should never have been severed. Neverland is still a beautiful piece on earth. It is still magical. But the magic of Neverland is no longer the same without Jackson.
I won't live there ever again. I'll visit Neverland. It's a house now. It's not a home anymore.
Every single A-lister had gone completely silent all this while, but went on to praise him when he died.
All these people are coming out of the woodwork now, trying to pretend that they loved him, they cared about him. And I happen to know, because I was in the inner sanctum preparing his defense, that many of these people refused to get involved at all when we needed them. There were a number of celebrities who've been on television professing their great love for him. I know when we approached them that they refused to cooperate. They didn't want to get involved.
Very few of his friends actually remained by his side during this period of his sheer pain.
Michael Jackson had a lot of people in his life who turned on him, betrayed him, manipulated him, used him, betrayed his confidences. It made him, in many ways, very lonely because he didn't know who to trust. In the middle of the trial, he would call Susan Yu, my law partner, and he would call her in the middle of the night, and he would call me then in the middle of the night, and he was crying, and he would say, you guys are doing so well, please don't let them pay you off. And I would say, Michael, what are you talking about? He said, I know they're going to offer you millions because they want me to go down, and they see that you're doing a great job, and Susan Yu is doing a great job, and they're going to pay you. I said, Michael, nobody's paying me a dime. This is not the kind of person I am. And I got the feeling he was so he was so used to people betraying him. He was so used to, hoping that someone was his friend, and then suddenly they have their hand out, or they're trying to get a project out of him, or they're trying to get money from him. And, loneliness, unfortunately, was a major issue with Michael, because with all that fame and talent and fortune came all the profiteers and the people who were governed by greed and selfishness. And Chris Tucker and Macaulay Culkin, I will never forget, because these were two young entertainers, at the height of their fame. They had people around them telling them, don't get involved in that trial, don't help Michael Jackson, he's going down, your career's going to be tarnished. And they both said to me, whenever Michael needs us, we're going to be there. We don't care what anybody advises us to do. Agents advising them, don't get involved. And they didn't care what they said. They were going to help Michael, and they wanted the truth to come out. But, you only find out when you're in trouble who your friends really are. And Michael was devastated about a number of people who just were not there to help him in the way he expected.
To me, he was the loneliest soul on earth. He knew he was going to be smeared by half of the people in his life, if not more. He knew it. And here he was sitting alone in that SUV. I'll never forget his face. And I wanted to cry, because no matter how many people you think love Michael, he was alone there, and he was facing what could have been something that would have killed him.
I want you to give it up for the king of pop, Michael Jackson. Congratulations on winning the World Music Award, Diamond Award.
This was his first public appearance after his acquittal, where he was being presented with an award. Many artists refused to grant him with the award, as they considered it bad publicity. Beyoncé was chosen at the last moment. Only Beyoncé agreed to hand over the award to him. Nobody wanted to be associated with him. Funny, right? How Hollywood and the music industry that considered him the blueprint, shed crocodile tears after his death, were actually absent during the time when he was being tortured. Jackson's role in revolutionizing the music industry was acknowledged by conveniently disowning him and turning their backs on him. This is how he was welcomed by the public. But as usual, the media once again maliciously tried to manipulate the public and turn them against him. The next day, news outlets had published the story of him being booed off during the award ceremony, when in reality, he was welcomed with so much love and respect. Nothing had changed. The euphoria and magnificence of his presence was so very evident, and was the evidence that the media couldn't succeed in turning the public against Jackson. Jackson was surely acquitted, but he had become a prop for mockery and ridicule for the comedians and movies who never once heeded about that innocent man whose life was at stake, before cracking obscene jokes on him. While he was fighting for his life, and trying to rebuild his name and career, the comedians and media continued to mock and ridicule him simply for their ratings.
Michael Jackson had his room specially decorated with 2 huge photos of Shirley Temple. But don't get the wrong idea here. Michael Jackson is a homosexual pedophile.
Is it true you even have inflatable children?
2.
And I notice you have tape up here so that you don't leave any fingerprints on the kids?
Yeah.
Another kick, get the f*** out of here. Yo, that's how much we love Michael. We love Michael so much, we let the first kid slide.
Michael, you have to be overjoyed you were found not guilty by the jury. Tell us, Michael, were you shocked by the jury's verdict?
I sure was. I never imagined in a million years that 12 adults would get me off.
Mr. Jackson, we have unshakable evidence that you have slept with children.
Objection. I only sleep with little boys.
Michael Jackson's death is so tragic. He touched so many children in so many special ways.
People want to talk about Michael. Carlos, can you believe Michael Jackson did it? Can you believe Michael Jackson does anything? Look at his fucking face!
That's where the children at.
Where are the children at? That's some bad taste.
I spent a whole week at the Neverland Ranch.
A week?
Straight up.
And you were over 18?
Yeah. You were never invited into the private show.
Well, I was 26.
Oh, okay.
So I was a little...
I know, but you were very boyish.
A little out of the age
range.
You look 12. To clarify, I'm as good at dating as Michael Jackson is at dating kids.
This is how media puppets made a mockery out of such a serious issue, while pretending to care about the integrity or welfare of victims. Jackson's fight with his own life was presented as a source of entertainment and chuckles. Eminem went particularly low when he released a slanderous and disgusting music video, Just Lose It, mocking and humiliating Jackson in the most hurtful ways imaginable. Not only did he make derogatory references to Jackson and pedophilia, but also stooped as low as to deride the 1983 Pepsi accident, where Jackson had received chronic 2nd and 3rd degree burns on his scalp. But soon after he released his slanderous music video, Jackson bought the publishing rights of all of Eminem's songs, and ended up owning him.
Billie Jean, yeah, they said we won't play that. So Walter Yendikov, who was president of Sony at the time, he said, okay, we're pulling Streisand, we're pulling Chicago, and when they played it, it set the all-time record. And after they played it, they were knocking our door down because it brought in, then Prince came, it opened the door for Prince and all the other black artists. And they came to me so many times in the past and they said, Michael, if it wasn't for you, there would be no MTV. They told me that over and over personally.
I remember Michael Jackson making a very big breakthrough, and then Tina Turner, along with myself and Bobby Brown and a few others that were major breakthrough artists on MTV. But I do remember the hassle of introducing black artists to MTV because, let's face it, it was solely for white artists at that point. Why should there be a breakthrough on MTV? I didn't get it. But again, you know, you have to be outstanding to break down the walls. And Michael and a few others are outstanding.
MTV has always been known for their sheer racism towards black artists. Whether be it their denial to air black artists on their channel, to flat out denying to play Michael Jackson's nephew's music video anything, and even stripping them off their royalties, from blacklisting Janet Jackson after the Super Bowl halftime incident, to creating a separate award category for K-pop artists in order to prevent American artists from having to compete with them. From awarding Neil Young's music video that mocked Jackson's hair accident and Whitney Houston's dance number as the best music video of the year in 1989 over Jackson's Leave Me Alone music video, to nominating Eminem's slanderous music video in the best rap video category, despite requests by Jackson to ban the song. MTV has done it all. If it wasn't for Michael Jackson, MTV's existence would have sunk into oblivion a long time ago. MTV, who all these years used Jackson as a tool for ratings, threw him under the bus when they became a big name. In 2002, Jackson was told backstage that he would be presented with the Artist of the Millennium Award, but only for it to be fictitious, and which it later turned out to be fake.
So happy birthday, my friend, the King of Pop.
When I was a little boy in Indiana, if someone had told me that one day I would be getting, as a musician, the Artist of the Millennium Award, I wouldn't have believed it. This is really amazing. I can't believe it.
This gave the hosts and other comedians the perfect opportunity to take the piss.
I'd like to accept the Artist of the Millennium Award myself. I guess they're giving them backstage. Everyone's getting them.
Not only is it VMA night, but it also happens to be the birthday of someone that I consider to be very, very, very funny. I'd like to bring him out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Jack Black.
You guys, stop it, seriously. Seriously, people, if someone had told me when I was a little kid that I was gonna win the Super Genius of the Universe Award, I'd have said, you no way, you're crazy. And I've won it! I won it!
They humiliated him by purposefully presenting him with a fake award on TV. According to Jackson's makeup artist, after Jackson found out what MTV did to him, he went inside his car and cried for hours. We are also busy trying to shelter our children from the bullies of the world, bringing our hands in worry and fear. Yet, we missed the biggest case of bullying the world has ever seen. Michael Jackson is the poster boy. He endured years of torture on a global scale, with the whole world watching, while no one came to his rescue. Throughout his life, he was subjected to humiliation and mockery. His love for children often misconstrued and viewed with the lens of perversion. He grew up in a household where a bed was a place to do business, to hang out, to watch TV, to sleep, to play around, to rehearse, to create, and to relax. Sharing a bed does not always have to be entailed with sexual or inappropriate connotations, what the society makes it out to be.
Michael used to sleep with me, right? He did that with other kids. To me, that was just the way we came up as young people, as children. We came up going over for sleepovers and stuff. Only thing that happened was these people saw money, and they saw somebody who they could get to, because Michael didn't like to say no to anybody. He didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, right? So he was a pushover that way.
This is a fact. Jackson gave his bed to those who wanted to sleep, as an act of kindness. It stemmed from that tiny house in Gary, Indiana, where nobody had their own bed, and everyone fell asleep with each other.
It's very right. It's very loving. That's what the world needs now. More love. But when you say bed, you're thinking sexual. They make that sexual. It's not sexual. But we're going to sleep. I tuck them in. I put a little music on, and do a little storytelling. I read a book. It's very sweet. Put the fireplace on. We give them hot milk. You know, we have little cookies. It's very charming. Very sweet.
Sure.
It's what the whole world should do.
Do you still think that it's acceptable to share your bed with children?
Of course. Of course, why not? If you're going to be a pedophile, if you're going to be Jack the Ripper, if you're going to be a murderer, it's not a good idea. That I'm not. That's how we were raised. And I didn't sleep in the bed with the child. Even if I did, it's okay. I slept on the floor. I gave the bed to the child. Well, what's wrong with sharing your bed? I didn't say I slept in the bed. Even if I did sleep in the bed, it's okay. I am not going to do anything sexual to a child. It's not where my heart is. I would slit my wrist first. I would never do anything like that. That's not Michael Jackson, I'm sorry. That's someone else. You know why? People think sex. They're thinking sex. My mind doesn't run that way. When I see children, I see the face of God.
Why is he so attached to children?
Only way I can answer that question is all of my children are like that.
Is there anything that you would have done differently in raising him?
Well, the only thing that I feel that I didn't do, I didn't prepare my children for the world. They were sheltered. The world is evil. The world is wicked. And I didn't prepare them for that.
Michael Jackson, from the time he was that big, did nothing but perform.
Right.
No life, no kid life, no nothing. This guy, to him, hurting a child, he'd rather hurt an adult. If he was going to hurt somebody, he would never hurt a child. This is the last person in the world, because to him, they were the only people that understood him. And would you leave your children? Yes, I would. Yes, I did. I left my child with my... Yes.
There were slumber parties at Neverland with children, in presence of their family, and not in their absence as to what the media has always been presenting. Jackson never invited anyone voluntarily to his room, but again, was generous enough to allow those families into his room simply because he had nothing to hide.
Okay, when you say boys, it's not just boys, and I've never invited just boys to come in my room. Come on, that's ridiculous. And that's a ridiculous question. I have never invited anyone into my bed, ever. Children love me, I love them. They follow me, they want to be with me. But anybody can come in my bed. A child can come in my bed.
I've seen these children, they don't let him go to the bathroom without running in there with them. And they won't let him out of their sight. So when he jumps in the bed, I'm even out. You know, they jump in the bed with him.
Sleeping in the same bed and sharing a bed are two different prospects that are poles apart. Hence, the aspect of sharing a bed was used as a last resort to drag him in the court of public opinion, when the media had no facts and evidences at their end. They sexualized and criminalized it, making it out to be something which it was not.
Nothing happened, you know, I mean, nothing really. I mean, we played video games, you know, we played it as an amusement park. Well, the thing is with that whole thing is that, you know, they go, oh, you slept in the same bedroom as him. And it's like, I don't think you understand. Michael Jackson's bedroom is 2 stories. And it has like 3 bathrooms and this and that. So when I slept in his bedroom, yeah, but you have to understand the whole scenario. And the thing is with Michael is that he's not very good at explaining himself. And he never really has been, because he's not a very social person. I mean, you're talking about someone who's been sheltered and sheltering himself also for the last 30 years, or, you know, and so he's not very good at communicating to people and not very good at conveying what he's actually trying to say to you. And so when he says something like that, you know, people, you know, he doesn't quite understand why people react the way that they do. Because I didn't react to him the way most people did. Most people are like, Michael Jackson. And, you know, I mean, he was a god to people. And to me, he was, you know, I knew he was a pop singer, but beyond that, you know, I wasn't one of the fans. I think that's one of the reasons why we connected.
Because I've been there. When his nephews were there, and we all were in the bed watching television, there was nothing abnormal about it. There was no touchy feeling going on. We laughed like children. And we watched a lot of Walt Disney. There was nothing odd about it.
The prosecutors, and I've heard tonight, he sleeps with boys, sleeps with boys, sleeps with boys. Well, we showed he sleeps with mothers, he sleeps with sisters, he sleeps with all kinds of people because they wanted to sack out in his room, which was about as big as his building.
He would hang out with adults too, and not just children. But that's one narrative media has been forcing upon the public. As Phil Collins had perfectly stated, when children see Michael Jackson, they see a human being. When adults see him, they see money. By now, it is more than vivid how the adults in Jackson's vicinity gruesomely betrayed and took advantage of him for materialism gains.
And Michael was just so nice, man. You'd be around him and you just get happy, man. He would give you anything if you liked something. Like I was just complimenting a flat screen TV he had, and he gave it to me. I was like, Michael, I didn't want the TV.
He was extremely benevolent, compassionate, and very giving. He showered people with gifts all the time, which was again twisted and manipulated by the media, who made it sound like some grooming technique.
I've been performing since I was 5 years old, so I haven't had what you've called an ordinary life, but I've been blessed with so many extraordinary opportunities and so many wonderful, wonderful friends all over the world that I wouldn't change a minute of it.
His life had become a prison. He could not think of stepping outside without getting mobbed. And that's the reason why he would often find ways to disguise himself, to conceal himself from the public, just so he could enjoy the basic pleasures of life. He was hounded and being stalked, even when he was out for shopping for his new house. There were people who trespassed into his Neverland property through parachutes. He would even receive threats to harm his children. This is the reason why Jackson would go to lengths to ensure their security and mask their identity in the public eye. His life had become a living hell. He couldn't even enjoy the basic pleasures of life that we in general take for granted.
It's my dream to go in a supermarket and just shop and be like everybody else and put things in a basket, because I can't do it.
He had friends who once arranged for his shopping in stores so that he could at least experience as to what it was like to shop on his own, but in complete isolation.
That's why I love disguises so much. I could sit on a bench at Disneyland and see what people really do and talk about. But when they see it's Michael Jackson, they change. I don't see the real thing, you know. So I want to see the real world, what it's really like. I go around the world dealing with running and hiding. I can't take a walk in the park. I can't go to the store. I have to hide in a room. So you feel like you're in prison. I can't go in the park, you know. So I create my own park at Neverland, my own water space, my movie theater, my theme park. That's all for me to enjoy. I wanted to have a place that I could create everything that I never had as a child. So you see rides, you see animals, there's a movie theater. I was always on tour, traveling, you know, and I never got a chance to do those things. So I compensated for the loss. Right? I can't go into a park. I can't go to Disneyland as myself. I can't go out and walk down the street. There's crowds and bumper-to-bumper cars, and so I create my world behind my gates. Everything that I love is behind those gates. We have elephants and giraffes and crocodiles and every kind of tigers and lions and...
If my uncle did nothing, he inspired people. We had an event going on up at the ranch one day, and I remember sitting up there. My Uncle Michael said, "Hey, we got a few people that were late." I go over and I drive to the front, and I pick up. It happened to be Bill Bellamy and Jamie Foxx. We pull out. So when you came into my uncle's ranch, you drive up. You see this beautiful lakes. You see flats and horses.
It's
and
amazing.
plains.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. But in the back, when you come out the back, you walk through the kitchens. There's an arcade. And then there was a hill that drove up right to the train station. Bill and Jamie get in the car. We drove up. They saw the train station. They said, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa. Stop. A black man owns this? This isn't, he's not paying for it. A black man owns this? Siggy, I'm sorry. Turn this shit around." He got on the phone with his manager. He said, "This is possible. Everything I thought wasn't possible. This is possible." He said, "Tell your uncle thank you. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for everything that's going on. Just to let me see this. To know it's possible, that no one can stop us on this."
And we have busloads of kids who don't get to see those things. They come up, sick children, and enjoy it. They enjoy it in a pure, loving, fun way. It's people with a dirty mind that think like that. I don't think that way. That's not me.
The gates of Neverland were open for everyone. He invited families to visit Neverland and enjoy the rides even in his absence. There were Christmas trips to Neverland for underprivileged kids. At least 3 or 4 times a month, hundreds of sick, orphaned, inner-city children, and adults were bussed in to enjoy the serenity, sanctity, and joyfulness of the Neverland Ranch. They spent their time exploring the ranch, riding in the amusement park, snacking on food and drinks, watching movies, and playing in the 2-story arcade, all being provided free of charge by Jackson, often during his absence. This is the activity that went on at Neverland. This is what Neverland was, a place for all to explore the beauty of life, and bring out their inner child. The media never wanted us to know this, but rather to make us believe that it was just a few selected boys who were invited at the ranch.
Well, he was extremely humble, very sweet, very funny, very, very sincere, and just had a very, very gentle, kind energy about him. I spent a lot of time at Neverland. He invited me to Neverland. When you hear these ridiculous claims that Neverland was supposed to be some kind of place to lure people in, it's just outrageous. I've seen it for myself. And, the second time I went, I actually, I really broke down and cried because I saw all the beautiful things he was doing for, underprivileged people, children, folks of all ages. And it just really broke my heart that, we live in a world where someone who has nothing but kindness and goodwill to offer can be so deliberately misinterpreted and made out to be a monster.
He did so in Neverland, and his urgent mission to provide as much normalcy and love to children across the world. Each of his solo tours involved him visiting underprivileged children, whether to give away gifts or simply to spend time with them. Jackson also stated his belief that the perils of traumatic childhoods were a major problem in the world, leaving humanity devoid of compassion and understanding, leading to problems such as prejudice and greed.
Are we blind to the fact that our children are raging against the indifference, crying out against the abandonment, of thundering against the neglect? Heal the Kids is about doing something about making a difference in trying to help adults and parents realize that it is our power to change the world that our children live in. Who among us would have believed that the sound of children at their playgrounds would be replaced by the sound of automatic machine gun fire at our schools? That the sound of little girls skipping rope would be overshadowed by the frantic shrills of children dodging bullets. Yet, instead of loving our children more, we installed metal detectors in our school.
Through his own personal plea for patience and understanding, Jackson hoped that listeners can understand what made him different, and that they also cared more for the neglected children across the globe.
People don't even eat with their fathers anymore, or their mothers. The family bond has been broken. It's an outcry for attention why kids are going to school with guns. They want love, they want to be touched, they want to be held. But they're busy off on their day job and they leave them at home on the computer and they're just doing all kind of crazy stuff, and that's destroying our world. We need to bond again.
James, my understanding is the Jackson family had an important role in saving your life one time.
Well,
what did he get you to stop doing?
Well, from killing myself. I was on the roof. I was going to jump. He seemed to be familiar with my pain. I guess he knew I needed someone to talk to, and so he was that ear. So we just talked all night. Michael was a very calm person that knew what to do in dangerous situations. Everyone else would lose it. Michael wouldn't. He was the most calm person. He could get you to trust him. He'd get you to stop.
With all the pain and the stress and the pressure that you had to cope with, did you ever, in your childhood, think about it's not worth it
Did you ever try and...
Suicide.
Suicide, yeah.
Definitely.
You
Definitely.
did.
You know,
You brought me back, man. You brought me back. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That is so beautiful.
Will we always be friends? Will we always be friends? Will we?
Promise. Promise. We're the same.
Thank you so much.
We're the same. I understand you. I understand you.
Thank you so much.
Very much. Thank you.
This audio was secretly recorded in 2009 by Jackson's physician Conrad Murray, after injecting him with sedatives. This audio was revived by the investigators after he was accused of murdering Jackson.
When people believe this show, when people believe my show, I want to say, I've never seen something like this in my life. Go. I've never seen nothing like this. Go. It's amazing. He's the greatest entertainer in the world. I'm taking that money. I'm really children's the biggest in the world. Michael Jackson Children's Hospital. You have a movie theater, game room, children, and depression. The endless hospitals, the game room, the movie theater, they're sick because they're depressed. Their mind is depressing them. I want to give them that. I care about them. They're my angels. God wants me to do it. God wants me to do it. I'm gonna do it because I want to have no hope. No hope. That's the next generation that's gonna save our planet. I'm starting with, we'll talk about it, United States. Europe, frogs, and babies, they walk around. The mother, they drop them off, they leave the psychological degradation of that. And they reach out to me, please take me with you. I want to do that for them. I'm going to do that for them. And that will be remembered more than my performances. My performances will be up there, helping my children. It's always been my dream. I love them. And I love them because I didn't have a childhood. I had no childhood. I feel their pain. I feel their hurt. I can deal with it. You're the world. We are the world. Will you be there? The lost children. These are the songs I've written. Because it hurt, you know? It hurt.
Michael was heavily sedated, in poor health, and was being bullied to rehearse for shows he wouldn't have been able to keep up with. Yet, all he could think about is using the profit from his This Is It tour to establish a hospital for children. We seriously did not deserve this man. How can we even remotely think of someone who talked about establishing hospitals for the needy and helping those who are indigent, while being completely sedated and at an extremely vulnerable state, to be guilty of causing harm to anyone, let alone a child? If anything, Jackson was only trying to protect the kids. He wrote songs such as Do You Know Where Your Children Are, Little Susie, and The Lost Children, that spoke about the unfortunate plight of the children in society. While other mainstream artists were openly singing about their infatuation over underage girls and sex, Jackson made songs about protecting and cherishing children. He was very much aware of how the shady world of Hollywood operated.
I think, somebody once reflected and said, what Michael went through as a child, he had to grow up so fast that he related to what you went through as a child. And I think in a way, he was trying to protect you.
Yeah, he reached out to me because a lot of things were happening, big and fast with me. And I think he identified with that. I mean, what I said in the very beginning is I was a peerless person. I was nobody else in my Catholic school even had this much idea of what I was going through. Or what he was the kind of person who'd been through the exact same freaking thing and wanted to make sure that I wasn't alone.
Do you know where your children are? Because it's not 12 o'clock and they're somewhere on the street. Just imagine how scared they are. Do you know where your children are? Because it's not 12 o'clock and they're somewhere on the street. Just imagine how scared they are.
Maria Crawford recalls her experience with Michael Jackson at a children's hospital in Africa. While he was being taken around by the hospital staff, and Michael greeting the children with presents, he came across a child who was quarantined in a room. The staff informed him that the child was suffering from a probable contagious disease, and that it was dangerous to step inside the room without protection. While the staff carried on walking, Jackson hung back and silently ducked into the room, sat on the bed with the child, spoke to him, and kissed him on his forehead, while everyone watched his act in anxiety and panic. When asked why he dared to do that, while risking his own life, Jackson replied, "I wanted to do what the child's mother would have done, if she was here." Jackson knew that no danger would keep a parent from their child, no risk would stop a mother reaching her child, and making sure he knew that he was loved. Jackson seemed to feel a parent's love and a parent's responsibility for every child in the world. Those who knew him described him as a child trapped in an adult's body. He loved spending time with kids and participate in playful activities by being like a kid himself.
Oh, me.
A pedophile on an average has over 250 victims. Jackson had hundreds of kids around him, including their families at Neverland. Yet, there were only 2 accusers, of which neither of them ever reported to authorities, but straight away hired civil lawyers to cash in by means of the allegations. And then there are hundreds of families and children who are adults now, defending him to this day.
Yeah, there for me to play with, there for me to love. He's like a best friend, except he's big. He's just like a close friend, like a family friend. It's like I've known him all my life and in a past life. He doesn't act overly emotional in that kind of way. He like loves you like he's your own father, brother, or sister, mother.
They're always trying to, put words in my mouth for trying, make crazy stuff happen. We just had the best times. He's always been nothing but a great friend, not just to me, to my whole family.
Quicksand, Applehead.
He always called us the family of love, my second family.
He really just was so humble and then never really played off on the fact that he was, this Michael Jackson.
Were there ever any improprieties with you and Michael Jackson?
Never.
Okay.
Michael couldn't harm a fly. I mean, he's such a kind and gentle soul.
Michael would spend a lot of time with my kids. I have beautiful kids, and at the time, like at Mar-a-Lago, and even in Trump Tower, the kids were very young. Michael would come play with the kids. He just loved children. He was not a child molester, and I am certain of that. He loved children. He'd play with my son Eric and my son Donald, and he'd just play with them forever. He loved children, but he was not a child molester. And just a great guy. He took he's just had tremendous, really difficult last 10 years. His last 10 years, he's been living in hell.
Und Michael Jackson wirklich ist ein extrem verwundbarer Mensch, ein Kind, jemand, der nie erwachsen geworden ist. Das Lebensalter 44 ist auf dem Papier 44 gewesen wäre. Vor diesem Vater hat er Angst gehabt. Auf der anderen Seite hat er immer die Liebe seines Vaters gesucht. Und derselbe Vater hat sich über sein Gesicht, über seine Akne, über seine Nase mokiert. Und er wollte dem Vater gefallen, man würde sagen eigentlich perverserweise oder paradoxerweise, weil er hat ja Angst gehabt, aber er hat die Liebe des Vaters nie bekommen. Und dieser Liebe läuft er zeitlebens hinterher. Und was er jetzt macht, ist, dass er Kinder um sich sammelt, selber Kinder haben will, um eigentlich diesen Kindern Vater zu sein. Er ist also Kind und Vater in einer Person. Und das, was er mit den Kindern macht, macht er eigentlich mit sich selber. Also im Herzen eigentlich ein ganz reiner, ein ganz guter, ein ganz gutmütiger, ein ganz naiver Mensch. Nachdem ich das gesehen habe und mich mit seiner Biografie mehr beschäftigt habe und die Wurzeln gesehen habe, habe ich gesehen, er ist nicht der klassische Kinderschänder, der Kinder schändet, um seinen eigenen Lustgewinn zu befriedigen. Er ist also kein Pädophiler, sondern er ist eigentlich Kind, naiv. Er ist wirklich jemand, der sagt, er schläft nicht mit Kindern, er schläft bei Kindern. Und das ist ein Riesenunterschied.
I never felt love from him. And he would never hold me or touch me. And how do you view him today? I'm scared of my father to this day. My father walked in the room, and God knows I'm telling you the truth, I've fainted in his presence many times. I'll say once, to be honest. I fainted once. I've thrown up in his presence because it's just, when he comes in the room, he just overcomes and my stomach starts hurting. I know, like, I'm in trouble. And now he's so different now. He wants to be a better father. God bless my father because he did some wonderful things and he was brilliant. He was a genius. I just wish he had learned that earlier. I think all my success and fame, and I've wanted it. I wanted it. Because I wanted to be loved, that's all. That's the real truth. I wanted people to truly love me, because I never really felt loved. I needed someone. That's probably why I had the mannequins, because I felt I needed people, someone, and I was too shy to be around real people. I love them. It's like real babies and kids and people. It makes me feel like I'm in a room with people. And I was the first one to break the ice and break the mold for white girls, Scottish girls, Irish girls. I'm in love with you. I want to. And that gave a lot of the white press. They didn't like that. And that's why they started the story. He's weird. He's gay. He sleeps in a hyperbaric chamber. He wants to buy the elephant man bones. Anything to turn people against me. They tried their hardest. And I've been an ambassador of goodwill all over the world, spreading this message. Here we do heal the world, children of all nations, circling the huge globe. But other thing is a thing about sex, and I want to get in a hot tub with you, baby, and rub you all over, and heck, I get battered in the press as the weirdo. I want to be buried right where there's children. I would feel safer that way. I want them next to me. I need the spirit. Anybody else would probably be dead by now, or a junkie or something with what I've been through.
I know the sacrifice that he made not having a child today. You know, we talked about that a lot. He would sometimes come to me, and my brother would say, well, you know, tell me what a birthday party's like, you know. Or he would always, when we talk about hanging out with other people, our peers and stuff, he'd like listen and want to know, like almost like living vicariously through us.
I wasn't aware that the world thought I was so weird and bizarre. But when you grow up, as I did, in front of 100 million people since the age of 5, you're automatically different. My childhood was completely taken away from me. There was no Christmas. There was no birthdays. It was not a normal childhood. No normal pleasures of childhood. Those were exchanged for hard work, struggle, and pain. That's why I love children and learn so much from being around them. I realize that many of our world's problems today, from the inner city crime to large-scale wars and terrorism and our overcrowded prisons, are a result of the fact that children have had their childhood stolen from them. What we need to learn from children isn't childish. Being with them connects us to the deeper wisdom of life, which is ever present and only asked to be lived. They know the way to solutions that lie waiting to be recognized within our own hearts. Today I would like to thank all the children of the world, including the sick and deprived. I am so sensitive to your pain.
I love to do things for children, and I try to imitate Jesus. And I'm not saying I am Jesus. I'm not saying
we're clear on that.
Right. I'm trying to imitate Jesus in the fact that he said to be like children, to love children, to be as pure as children are, and to make yourselves as innocent and see the world through eyes of wonderment and the whole magical quality of it all. And I love that. And we have we'll have like 100 bald-headed children here who they all have cancer, and they're running around and they're enjoying themselves, and it just make me cry happy tears that I was able to do that for them. You know, it makes me so pleasing.
And Jesus said to love the children and be like children, be youthful and be innocent and be pure and honorable. He was talking to his apostles, and they were fighting over who's the greatest among themselves, and he said, whoever humbled yourself like this child is the greatest among you. And he always surrounded himself with children. And that's how I was raised, to believe and to be like that and to imitate that.
I would never stop helping and loving people the way Jesus said to. He said, continue to love, always love, bring on the children, imitate the children. Not childish, but childlike. If there were no children on this earth, if somebody announced all kids are dead, I would jump off the balcony immediately. I'm done. I'm done.
I want to touch the world. I want to touch the heart, the emotions of the entire world. If it wasn't for children, I would throw in the towel. I would kill myself. I wouldn't care to live. They give me my inspiration. They inspire me. Everything I do, every song I write, the dance, everything that I do. They tried to use it against me, and it's just been so unfair, and I'm very upset about it, you know. I would slit my wrist before I would. Yeah. I could never, ever. I would love to live in London because I love it so much. It's just the press is so hard on me here, and I try to do so good. I go to their hospital, I give presents to the children. As soon as I leave, the next day they go wacko jacko, left the hospital, and he ignored all the children. And it hurt my heart because I purposely flew Minnie Mouse and Mickey Mouse all the way from Euro Disney. I brought them with me to surprise the children. I brought bags. Is that right on the street? Yeah, I brought bags of presents and everything. And I spent time with the kids, and they made fun of me. I'm just a person who wants to be honest and do good and make people happy and give them the greatest sense of escapism through the talent that God has given me, you know? That's what my heart is. It's all I want to do. That's all. I just want to say, look, leave me alone and let me do what I want to do, which is share and give and put a smile on people's face and make their heart feel happy.
Ever asked yourself, if he was really a child molester, why would he openly talk about his love for children? Wouldn't he try to conceal his friendship with children from the public eye, if there were doubtful intentions at all? He never did, simply because he had nothing to hide. Jackson had once written a letter. Like the old Indian proverb says, do not judge a man until you've walked 2 moons in his moccasins. Most people don't know me. That is why they write such things, in which most is not true. I cry very, very often, because it hurts, and I worry about the children, all my children all over the world. I live for them. If a man could say nothing against a character, but what he can prove, history could not be written. Animals strike not from malice, but because they want to live. It is the same with those who criticize. They desire our blood, not our pain. But still I must achieve. I must seek truth in all things. I must endure for the power I was sent forth. For the world, for the children. But have mercy. For I've been bleeding a long time now. And this is how the media interpreted his letter in the most horrible and callous way.
I do as many hospitals as I do concerts. I do as many orphanages as I do concerts. But because it's good news, the press don't cover it. They want bad news. But I do it from my heart. I don't do it to wave a flag and say, look at me. We bring bags of toys and posters and albums, and you should see how it transforms these kids. They jump up and down, and they're so happy.
Ever wondered how there were hundreds of his philanthropic stories, yet people didn't hear about one?
He befriended me. He took me into his life, which is very rare for Michael to do. But he opened up his arms to me and accepted me as a very good friend of his. And throughout the years, he never let me go. Michael offered a lot of emotional support for me. He was there for me whenever I needed to talk to him. He opened up Neverland to me as a means to get away. Metaphorically, he was almost like a father that I never had. I believe what people fail to realize is that Michael was a human being.
His name was Farkas. He was very sick. He was green in the face, but he had this glow and this sparkle in his eye. I asked this nurse, what's wrong with this kid? She said that he needs a liver. So I said, does that mean he's going to die? She said, yes, he's going to die unless he gets a liver. I said, I'm not going to let him die, the sweet, sweet angel. No matter what it takes, I'm going to find a liver for him. So I sent my organization around the world. We went all over the place, and it took a long time. And I said, I'm not giving up. I'm not going to have this child die. I was so happy when I got a phone call. They told me we found the liver, and he has his life.
Not only did Jackson arrange the liver for the boy and pay for his liver transplant, but he continued to pay for his treatment for 10 years.
Somber Michael Jackson wore dark glasses, a dark hat, and dark clothes as he attended the funeral last week for 22-month-old Craig Fleming. He was the little boy whose mom allegedly threw him off this bridge into the rain-swollen Los Angeles River. It's a case that had gone largely unnoticed until the King of Pop got involved.
Michael was in the recording studio finishing up his current album when one of his aides came to him and told him what had happened, told him of the tragedy. And according to eyewitnesses in the studio, Michael broke down and wept openly. He was so torn up about this tragedy.
The story obviously moved Michael Jackson, who not only attended the funeral but stood by the minister during much of the service. Before leaving that day, Jackson handed over a check to the Fleming family.
A substantial check that has been reported to be only $5,000 when actually it's closer to $50,000, and it's just a start.
Absolutely. When he would hear about stories of people in need who needed help, and when we watched the news together, he'd reach out to them, send them a basket, send them a note, get well, or whatever the incident would be, and he'd always reach out to people and help people. Even driving around town, he'd stop and help people.
From taking full responsibility of Dave to arranging a liver for Bella's liver transplant, from paying for the burial ceremonies of school children killed in a terrorist attack, to providing shelter to a German family who had lost their home to floods, from granting the last wish of ailing children of meeting the star, to inviting several terminally ill and underprivileged children and families to his concerts, he never failed to spread love and kindness wherever he went. This is the man who befriended an AIDS victim when everyone had abandoned him. It was Jackson who took care of him when the world bullied him. He ensured that Ryan could live his last days joyously, and assured him that he wasn't alone. So if Jackson was a pedophile, and used boys for his evil desires, then why did he waste his time on a boy that was sick with AIDS?
I think Michael had been used to being a lot with youth. He was so interested in everything Ryan liked and what an 18-year-old would like to do, you know. Michael just loved kids. He didn't care what race you were, what color you were, what was your handicap, what was your disease. Michael just loved all children.
You would never had any hesitation about allowing Ryan to spend time with Michael Jackson?
Not so whatsoever. You know, I think there was just a respect for one another. Michael bought Ryan a 1989 Mustang. Andrea and Michael went out to the car. And
your daughter, Andrea?
My daughter, Andrea. And Michael started the car up, and Man in the Mirror was playing. And the littlest things made Michael so happy, and you could just see it in his eyes and everything. I mean, he was smiling from ear to ear, and he said, I was the last person that Ryan listened to. But I think the neatest thing that Michael did was do the Gone Too Soon video. Yeah. 3 days after Ryan's funeral, Michael called me and asked me how I was doing, and I said, Michael, what made you and Ryan so close? He said, you know, Jeannie, most people can't get over the all who I am, so nobody ever acts normal around me. He said, Ryan knew how I wanted to be treated because that's how he wanted to be treated. And he said, trust, Jeannie. I can't trust anyone because everybody always wants something from me. And then he said, Jeannie, I promised Ryan he could be in my next video. But now that he's gone, he said, I can't put him in my video, but could I do a video for him? And I was like, that's unbelievable. I mean, that you would do a video. Yeah. And he did the video called Gone Too Soon.
Like a sunset, dying with the rising of the moon. Gone too soon. Gone too soon.
Bye, Ryan. We all miss you very much. Goodbye.
During his visit to India in 1996, Jackson hosted a pool party for children from an orphanage. He even donated 85% of his concert proceeds to the government. People managing his visit told that Jackson, being such a huge star, had no extravagant demands. His only demand was a freestanding full-length mirror in the room, for him to sign before his departure. Not just that, he even made sure that the fans who were stranded in New York after 9/11 attacks were given a safe place to stay and enough money to take care of themselves. He handed over his credit cards to his security men and instructed them to check in on the fans every day. He even had them driven down to a hotel in New Jersey in his own tour bus.
I was with Michael in Eastern Europe, and we got off of a plane, and he said, you want to go to the hotel, or you want to come to the orphanage with me? And it was like, rather than going to the hotel, he went to the orphanage. And he walked into this orphanage, and I remembered him looking, and he was walking through it. He was very calm. The promoters were there, and he was looking around, and the conditions were pretty grim. And I saw him whisper to someone, and then whisper to someone else, and he was, moving through and interacting with the children. And then later I found out what he had whispered, and it was, this orphanage will be turned around. There will be new beds in here. There will be clean sheets in here. There will be more people in here taking care of these children by tomorrow, or I'm not going to go on stage. I saw this guy go into an orphanage in Romania and turn the conditions around within 24 hours. Another thing that I'll always remember about him. And this guy had the biggest heart of anybody, and really, really did care about improving, the human condition, especially for children. That was part of his mission. While he was on tour, he always wanted to know what he could do in each place, so that when he left the place better, having been there.
We were in Europe and we were doing the bad tour. Every city we went to a children's hospital and bought them a piece of equipment. Not one hospital for the whole tour. Every city.
Was that Michael's idea?
Yeah. They had a little boy that was dying and wanted to meet Michael. And Michael went up and talked to him, and the kid perked up, and it was like amazing. And I went off to the corner. I cried. I really couldn't take it. And Michael came over and put his arm around me and said, "You have to understand, Frank, this is our job. Not on the stage. This is our job. To make somebody feel good."
Is that there are built inside the walls here beds for some of those sick children who come. And what I realized when I saw that is that you have to be a person who really cares about children to build it into your architecture.
Yes. We have children that come who are intravenously, they're very sick and they're bedridden, and they
Can't sit up.
Right, they can't sit up. And these beds, they're hospital beds. You push a button, they move up and they move down, and they're able to watch. We have a magic show. We show the current films, if it's cartoons, anything, and anything so they can escape to that world of magic that they don't get a chance to experience, the world that I was deprived of.
He even bought homes for over 100 families. But these are just some of the countless stories that delineates his gentleness and solicitude. There are more of his acts of kindness. That Paul Dwyer even published a book, Humanitarian: The Real Michael Jackson, consisting of 122 pages, listing all of his humanitarian and charitable contributions. He not only donated his wealth, but made sure that he reached out to people personally, devoting his own time.
He would do so many things that people didn't even know about. He would pay for certain artists, like old Motown, or just like people that had passed that, because the music industry had screwed them over royalties. They didn't even have a proper funeral, so my uncle would pay for the funeral. He was an empath. He felt that stuff. He felt sorrow. He felt pain around the world. And I think you have to be an empath to understand truly who he is. I feel like he was too good for this world. I don't think a Michael Jackson can exist in today's world. It's too cynical, too selfish.
My uncle was an angel on this earth, man. And it's real funny. You rarely meet people who are not attached to material like that.
Sure.
My uncle's the type person that if he ran into any of us right now, he would sit in this room and say, "Who's having problems today and what are the problems?" Because he's gonna say, let's get real. Would I rather help somebody on the street, or do I want to give my money back to the government for taxes? Don't forget, his taxes are huge. So I'll sit there and be like, you know what? Let me go buy $20 million in computers and give them to all the schools. That was my uncle. Oh, you're sitting on the street, you can't afford to pay your rent? Well, I'm not giving it back to Uncle Sam. Let me make sure you help. And you saw Drake's thing, God's plan. Let me help y'all out. Right, yeah. Well, a man only needs so much to live on, and my uncle was that person. He always stated to us, this is just material. It comes, it goes. We make this. Don't ever forget that as men, we make the material. It doesn't make us.
Michael gave so much. I think he's the most generous entertainer that's ever lived. I think that's in the Guinness Book of Records. He's second to Bill Gates as a person for all that he's given.
The list of charities that Jackson supported throughout his life is so enormous that during a church ceremony in the year 2010, the pastor had ran out of ink and paper while typing out all of the humanitarian work of Jackson that he carried out throughout his life. He was a silent savior, and most of his donations were done secretly and were only revealed after his death. It's a well-known fact that he has given more than $500 million to over 39 charities, for which in the year 2000, he was cited in the Guinness Book of World Records as the most philanthropic pop star in history, making it a total of 39 Guinness World Records in his name. He even made sure to put forth 20% of his earnings to be pledged towards charity work after his death. His sponsorship to this day supports hundreds of students in the field of education. Even after 11 years of his death, He's making a difference in the lives of millions of people.
Frankly, no question he was a big name and still is. Superstar, yes. Who's bigger than Michael? No question. Who's more talented and gifted than Michael? Probably nobody. But you know why he was so special? Aside from all that, underneath it all, he was so decent.
Yeah.
And so modest and humble. And a lot of celebrities you come across, they suffer from narcissism. They think they're entitled to everything. Well, there are a lot of people, not just celebrities, but people with money, fame, or perceived money and fame. It's unfortunate people are that way, but, you know, I wouldn't be sitting here and talking to you if Michael was a horrible person. Who cares if he was famous and big, if he was a jerk, not a nice person, but he really was a really nice, decent person.
You're right.
Also, he had a very wonderful human side to him, too. He was polite and gentle, and in a business where we didn't hear these words too often, Michael, if he would ask for something during a session, he'd say, please, you're welcome, and so on. He was such a great guy.
The thing about him was he was a very nice person. He would retaliate. He would just not like fight them or anything. He would just let them be and let them say what they would say, but he would never fight like some celebrities do. Daddy helped a lot of people. He helped different countries, different continents, different cities because some celebrities are kind of greedy with their money, and they hog it all and just buy stuff for themselves. And he shared his money with charities and poor people, and he helped a lot of people. He's humble, and he doesn't like to show off. Some people do, but not all celebrities do that. What he said, you should always be humble because the best kind of celebrities are the humble ones.
Never told us who you like that you were like this. He says, because I'm just a normal person. I just want you guys to look at me as like daddy, and that was it. And he says, and also on top of it, I didn't want it to change your person. He said you should always be humble and stuff. And that's the way he was, and that's the way I try to be because of him.
He convened the recording of charitable singles by bringing in all the great artists to produce songs such as We Are the World, that helped to raise $63 million for humanitarian aid in Africa. And What More Can I Give, to pay a tribute and raise funds for the victims of the 9/11 attacks. When America was facing the horrors of devastation, loss, and confusion, Michael Jackson united the country, be it raising funds for the families of the victims, or comforting the nation with his artistry. He gave his all to ensure the well-being of those in distress. He was an entertainer with an influence, whose vision was far beyond the scope of not just that of entertainment, but to bring about a change.
I love you.
at the 1993 Super Bowl halftime show. He sang "Heal the World," with the participation of the entire crowd turning over cards to reveal giant cartoons of children holding hands, imparting Jackson's message of peace and brotherhood to a massive audience, and with a choir of 3,500 children joining him to sing "We Are the World."
Today, we stand together all around the world, joined in a common purpose to remake the planet into a haven of joy and understanding and goodness. No one should have to suffer, especially our children. This time, we must succeed. This is for the children of the world.
He didn't just make music. He used his talent and platform to preach the most essential ideals and messages to the mankind. An instrument of nature, for whom his talent was a means to channelize his urge for making the world a better place. He inspired, cajoled, enlightened, and provoked many of us to rethink our political and social notions on race, color, the politics of nations, poverty, the underprivileged, and the health of our planet, through soulful songs such as "Heal the World," "We Are the World," "What More Can I Give," "We've Had Enough," "Earth Song," and the list continues.
What have we done to the world? Look what we've done. What about all the peace that you pledged your only son?
This was Jackson's last song. Even before his death, he was doing the best he could to make the world a better place. Jackson and the world's people unite in a spiritual chant. Astonishingly, this song was banned from being played at several radio stations around the world.
Sadly, we live in a state of fear. Every day we hear of war on the news, on the radio, and television. In the newspapers, always of war. We hear of nations hurting each other,
of neighbors hurting each other, of families hurting each other, and of children killing each other. We must learn to live and love each other before it's too late. We have to stop. We have to stop the prejudice. We have to stop the hating. We have to stop living in fear of our own neighbors. I would like all of you now to take the hand of the person to the left and to the right of you. Go ahead right now. I mean it. Don't be shy. Do it. It starts now. To the person next to you, to the left and the right. I mean it right now. Go ahead. Don't be shy. Do it. Do it. Now tell the person next to you that you care for them. Tell them that you love them. This is what makes the difference. Together, we can make a change in the world. Together, we can help to stop racism. Together, we can help to stop prejudice. We can help the world live without fear. It is our only hope. And without hope, we are lost.
Jackson taught us about the dangers of pollution, climate change, hatred, and wars. He shed a light on the importance of doing our part for peace and equality. He used every cell in his body to get his message across to the world. But did anyone listen? No. Instead, the human race demonized and vilified him. It was of more importance to mock his face, throw racist slurs at him, accuse him of bleaching his skin, discriminate against him, bully and backstab him. If you study Jackson long enough, you'll learn how corrupt this world is. The deceitful media, and the corrupt world of law in Hollywood, he called them all out. And despite the dystopia that we live in, he always maintained his utopian view of how the world should be. He was so very ahead of his time. But instead of cherishing him, and respecting how genuinely caring and loving he was, the world ridiculed him, and tore him to pieces. As we are witnessing today with the planet itself, we don't treasure our most precious resources. We destroy them.
Love back to the world, unite the world, and love. Love each other. We're all one. Let's take care of the planet. Before we just take it away, let's take it away.
If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. People don't look at themselves honestly. They don't look at themselves and point the finger at them. It's always the other guy's fault or somebody else. You should change yourself. Look at yourself. Make better of yourself.
I have been blessed with so much and have an opportunity to do what few others can. But I believe it is more than just an opportunity, but a duty. I feel to reap and enjoy the fruits of my talents for myself would be selfish, irresponsible, and unconscionable. In these days of such abundance and advancement in what we can do, it pains me to think that we do so little for our children. In some ways, I feel undeserving to receive an award for doing something that is my duty.
Throughout my life, I have only tried to help thousands upon thousands of children to live happy lives. It brings tears to my eyes when I see any child who suffers. I am not guilty of these allegations, but if I am guilty of anything, it is of giving all that I have to give to help children all over the world. It is of loving children of all ages and races. It is of gaining sheer joy from seeing children with their innocent and smiling faces. It is of enjoying through them the childhood that I missed myself. If I am guilty of anything, it is of believing what God said about children. Suffer little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for such is the kingdom of heaven. In no way do I think that I am God, but I do try to be God-like in my heart. I am totally innocent of any wrongdoing, and I know these terrible allegations will all be proven false. Again, to my friends, And fans, thank you very much for all of your support. Together, we will see this through to the very end. I love you very much, and may God bless you all. I love you. Goodbye.
Tonight, Michael's big return. Yes, the one-time king of pop came face-to-face with his fans today to announce his big return to the stage.
750 million album sales, 13 Grammys. London welcomes the king of pop, Mr. Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson's announcement of 10 concerts here was certainly a coup for the O2 Arena, and if those concerts go well, the expectation is that he'll add many more dates. But questions still remain about whether the Michael Jackson of today can still cut it live on such a big stage.
The concert series is being called This Is It. Atika, are we buying that? Is this it for Michael Jackson on stage?
It doesn't seem like this is the absolute last chance to see Michael Jackson live, but then again, you never know.
The initial announcement was of 10 concerts which were going to be held at the O2 Arena, a massive venue in East London, and after they sold out, they just kept adding dates.
I don't think it was reasonable to expect somebody of 50 to do 50 concerts in 6 months.
He was lured out of retirement and signed to do 50 concerts. They would have been lucky if they got 50 minutes worth of a concert out of him.
I pulled him aside and said, Mikey, why now? Okay, and he said to me, because you know what? My kids are old enough and I'm still young enough to do what I do. I don't want them to see me, you know, in my prime when I do.
Earlier that day, Randy Phillips, who was part of the AEG live team putting on the performance, was holed up in a hotel with Michael Jackson.
Phillips acknowledges that he physically slapped Michael in order to get him to snap out of it, and he threw him in the shower. This is the king of pop being thrown into a shower in order to go and sober up.
He even threatened Jackson for his children to be taken away from him had he refused to agree with their contract.
This is it. I'll be performing the songs my fans want to hear. These will be my final show performances. This is it. I mean, this is really it. This is the final curtain call.
We came from the west of Ireland yesterday, or on Wednesday morning, and we've been queuing since.
It was so hard to get the tickets, so I just thought I'd just take the risk and just come down here and spend the night, and I just don't care. Absolutely love him. There's nothing on this earth that will stop me getting to this concert.
We're here for the Michael Jackson audition.
I've been waiting for this audition my entire life.
It is on every dancer's checklist. If you get to dance with Michael, check.
He's back.
This is it.
This is it. This is it.
Congratulations. You are cast. Thank you so much, all of you. God bless you. You made this such a memorable experience.
We found them. They all were just so awestruck at the thought of performing these 50 shows with Michael.
My makeup running.
It's all about them.
ever want to know what a dream coming true felt like? There you go.
Yeah, exactly. They always do.
There's Michael.
The man is here. We're all here because of him. May that continue with him leading the way.
This is the moment. This is it. It's an adventure. It's a great adventure. You want to take them places that they've never been before. You want to show them talent like they've never seen before. Let's do it one more time. I love you. I really do. We're family, just know that.
You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal.
Hold for applause, hold for applause, slow umbrella fade out.
This is it, and see you in July.
Yes, sir. I need an ambulance as soon as possible, sir. Sir, we have a gentleman here that needs help, and he's not breathing.
Michael Jackson, 50 years old, the king of pop, has died.
Michael Jackson has died.
My brother, the legendary king of pop, Michael Jackson, passed away on Thursday, June 25th, 2009 at 2:26 p.m.
Ever since I was born, Daddy has been the best father you could ever imagine. And I just wanted to say I love him so much.
All over the world today, people are gathered in love vigils to celebrate the life of a man that taught the world how to love. People may be wondering why there's such an emotional outburst. Well, you would have to understand the journey of Michael to understand what he meant to all of us. When Michael started, it was a different world. But because Michael kept going, because he didn't accept limitations, because he refused to let people decide his boundaries, he opened up the whole world. In the music world, he put on one glove, pulled his pants up, and broke down the color curtain, where now our videos are shown, and magazines put us on the cover. It was Michael Jackson that brought blacks and whites and Asians and Latinos together. It was Michael Jackson that made us sing We Are the World and feed the hungry long before Live Aid. That Michael made us love each other. Michael taught us to stand with each other. Michael beat him. Michael rose to the top. He outsang his cynics. He outdanced his doubters. He outperformed the pessimists. Every time he got knocked down, he got back up. Every time you counted him out, he came back in. Michael never stopped. Michael never stopped. Michael never stopped. I want his 3 children to know, wasn't nothing strange about your daddy. It was strange what your daddy had to deal with. But he dealt with it. He dealt with it anyway. He dealt with it for us. Thank you because you never stopped. Thank you because you never gave up. Thank you because you never gave out. Thank you because you tore down our divisions. Thank you because you eradicated barriers. Thank you because you gave us hope. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael.
We would never understand what he endured. Not being able to walk across the street without a crowd gathering around him. Being judged, ridiculed. How much pain can one take? Maybe now, Michael, they will leave you alone.
Then the witch hunt began. And it seemed like one negative story after the other was coming out about Michael. I felt his pain. I know what it's like to walk down the street and feel like the whole world is turned against you. I know what it's like to feel helpless and unable to defend yourself because the roar of the lynch mob is so loud that you are convinced your voice can never be heard. All I could think about in that moment was I had abandoned him, that we had abandoned him, that we had allowed this magnificent creature that once set the world on fire to somehow slip through the cracks. While he was trying to build a family and rebuild his career, we were all busy passing judgment. Most of us had turned our backs on him. Again, he was a king. But he was also a human being. And alas, we are all human beings. And sometimes we have to lose things before we can truly appreciate them.
In our darkest hour, in my deepest despair, will you still care? Will you be there? In my trials and my tribulations, through our doubts and frustrations, in my violence, in my turbulence, through my fear and my confessions, in my anguish and my pain, through my joy and my sorrow, in the promise of another tomorrow. I'll never let you part, for you're always